Good evening, everyone. Mount Juliet Board of Commissioners will hold a work session on May 18th, 2026 at 5:15 at City Hall for the purposes of reviewing the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. The public is invited to attend and comment. Are there any objections to setting the agenda as published? Hearing none, we'll set the agenda as published. And our first item on the agenda is citizen comments. If there are any citizens that would like to make a comment to the Board of Commissioners, we'll open the floor. You'll be recognized for 3 minutes. Name and address, please.
Yes, Stephen Heckendorf, 393 Page Drive, Mount Juliet. So the only thing I had to say is obviously I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion. I implore that we do not raise property taxes any further from last year, which was a substantial increase from what we had before. So I implore that not be something that we're looking at doing. So just wanted to make my voice heard on that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no additional comments for the public comment session, we'll move to close our citizen comments, and we'll move on to our presentation. Mr. Martin, this is under your sponsorship, so you're recognized, sir.
Well, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you all for coming in early today on a special night. Thank you to staff as well for all their hard work and efforts. Ms. Howard's worked hard along with myself and Michael and of course the department heads on the budget. We realize this is a budget workshop, so there's still work to be done. But Ms. Dana has put together a PowerPoint presentation that she's going to give you guys here in just a second. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Dana.
Thank you, Kenny. First, I have to thank all the departments for working so hard on this budget. It's always a beast to put together, but I do have a PowerPoint to go over, which gives you just basically the bird's eye view. I do want to let you know I handed out a page. It's called Changes to the Budget. So these are just some basic changes that I've made since you guys received the budget. Like I mentioned in my email, this is a very fluid document until it hits you guys at first reading. So what you have before you very likely won't be what hits you at first reading, but you will be aware of any changes that are made between now and then. So this is just the first set of changes that were made. And if you guys have any questions, then we can go over those. I do want to give you a bit of good news before we start the PowerPoint. I received the sales tax numbers today for April, and we will be getting 2.16 million this month. That is an 11.49% increase, or $223,000 more than this time last year. So that is a very good month. That will also be going into my projections. So my sales tax numbers projected for next year may change because of that, because this is higher than what we have been seeing, which is a good thing. So I just wanted to give you guys a bit of good news for that. I'll go through the PowerPoint, and then we have the agenda, which has the departments, and they'll come up one by one to kind of go over their budgets, and you have an opportunity to ask them questions about it. But we'll start with the PowerPoint first. So based on the estimates of revenues and expenditures with our beginning fund balance from last year, I'm projecting that we're going to end around 16 million this year. So that will be our starting point for July 1. And there's our beautiful PD headquarters. So the general fund revenues, this shows you a pie chart where the majority of our revenue comes from. I'm projecting revenues of almost 58 million. That's local taxes of 37 million, permits and fees at 6.7 million, fines and forfeitures of 1.2. We have very few grants in the general fund this year. They're only 51,000. We have intergovernmental revenue, which is our state shared taxes and that comes on our per capita basis. That's 9.6 million. And then we have miscellaneous revenue of 3.3 million. 3 million of that is a borrowing that I have added to the budget. So some revenue highlights. This is a reappraisal year, as everyone knows, so I do not have a tax rate to present to you yet. The CTR has not been certified by the state, so that's not set in here. I'm estimating about 7 million in revenue, and that may put the tax rate around 20 cents. The certified rate is estimated to come in at 17, but we'll just have to kind of see, since these are just kind of estimates at this point. State shared revenues. So our census is projected to be 45,172. That puts our state shared revenue at 6.55 million. I projected 26 million for sales tax, 2.5 million for business tax, and 1.35 million for hotel motel tax. The sale of the land for the downtown development is not included in this budget yet. That may be included by June. It just depends on where we're at on that. And our general fund expenditures. These are by category. Public safety is obviously our largest group of expenditures. They're at 37.8 million. Public works is 3.3 million. Parks is 2.5 million. General government 9.8. Community development 1.9. And our transfers out are 7.3. The transfers go to our debt service fund, our capital projects fund, and our state street aid fund. This gives you a breakdown of where we spend the funds. Obviously, personnel, we are a service business. We serve the citizens of Mount Juliet. Our personnel expenditures are 37.4 million. Our operating expenditures are 11.1. We have new capital expenditures of 6.8. Obviously, our transfers out are 4. Transfers to capital projects are 4 million. The transfers to debt service is 2.6, and then the transfers to street aid are only 500,000. So here's some of our expenditure highlights. I wanted to focus on payroll this year. There is a 3% COLA in this budget, which is at a cost of $935,000, and this is just general fund. There's a 2% merit, which is $582,000. There's some personnel requests. There's 3 new police positions, which include 2 dispatch and 1 evidence clerk. There's 2 police officers that were requested but are not funded in the budget. There's an animal control position at $64,000, a deputy planner, but that has been cut to half a year, which is $64,000. There's an assistant finance director at $124,000, a new building maintenance position at $93,000, and then there were 11 fire positions requested that were not funded in the budget. That cost was $975,000. The other side is a breakdown. As you can see, the total personnel cost at 36.6 million. This is, and the difference between that and the 37 on the page before are new positions that are not in my payroll sheet. So there are new positions that are calculated all together for the cost, and those are in the departments individually. This is just what's already been approved in prior years going forward. So it just gives you a breakdown of wages, what the COLA is, what the overtime is, longevity cost, what merit cost, and then the taxes and benefits total. So continuing on with our expenditure highlights, these are the capital items. You've got $615,000 in new vehicles and equipment, $538,000 in machinery and equipment, $55,000 in communication equipment, $143,000 in computer equipment and software. You've got $3.2 million in other machinery and equipment, and 2.9 of that is the public safety communications tower upgrades. Other improvements, 700,000 of that is a rollover of a renovation of one of our fire stations that was not spent this year, so it's rolling over to next year. We have parks improvements at 370,000, and then we have our final Costco payment at 1 million. So to sum that all up, we start with 16 million. We have revenues of 57.9, almost 58 million. Expenditures at 62.7. That leaves us with an ending fund balance of 11.3 million. The next page is what I get from Matt. This just is for your information. It's a list of all of the capital projects and where they pan out over the next 10 years. So that gives you an idea of what's coming down the pike and how much we would need for those projects. The next page is a summary of all of our other funds. Basically wanted to show you that the revenues and expenditures are what the revenue expenditures are, and that all of the ending fund balances are positive and adequate for the coming year. Oh, and I do want to note that the debt service fund, we have paid off one of our bonds. This year will be the final payment in June for it. So one of them will be falling off. As far as the sewer fund goes, I've got operating revenues of 13.7, operating expenses of 12.1, projected operating income of 1.6, non-operating revenues of $1 million, capital contributions 2 million, change in net position 4.6, and there are capital expenses of 19.3 million. That's the end of that one. I did want to make a note on our hotel motel tax reserve. I'm projecting the end of the year that will be $1 million with the revenues and expenses for next year, because we can use that on our trail projects. So those are included in there. We should end next year at about 611,000 for that reserve. That was my 50,000 foot overview. So if you have any questions, if not, we'll go into the next part of the workshop, which is have the departments come up and give you an overview of their budgets. And the first one, oh, yep. Sure.
Our fund balance is 16 million.
That's what it's estimated to be. Yeah.
Okay. So just cut to the chase. How much is coming out of that fund balance?
About 4 million, almost 5.
Almost 5 million.
Yeah.
So that'd bring it down to 11 million. My
Yes.
math correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's the deficit. I will say that our operating revenues are more than our operating expenditures this year. But it's the capital items that we're just not funding enough. We don't have enough revenue for the capital items. Okay. I will call Ross. And Ross's budget is on page 54 through 58. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Where's mine? All right. Overall this year, we're pretty much, as far as our operating, we're pretty much staying status quo. In Charlie Daniels, we went down on our contractual services from 132 to 95,000. We reduced a few other of our line items through there, small items of equipment we reduced. operating supplies was reduced as well as household janitorial supplies. The big thing for Charlie Daniels is gonna be our, and the other parks as well, the Satellite and Mundy Park. It's pretty much all gonna be our capital improvement projects. As you can see, we're asking for $220,000 for a new roof. I had a couple of roofing companies come out for a full metal replacement for what we have now. They were in that neighborhood of 200 to 220, as well as get a new playground fence, the playground and the youth center both built in 99, 2000. They're 26, 25 years old. So the playground fence is a wooden fence. It's lived its life. We definitely need an upgrade on it as well. Had a couple of fencing companies come out and put me on that as well. Got around 100,000 for that, as well as our newest addition to our playground being Leo Land. I was asking for 50,000 to put towards that. Stephen Whitehouse has been great. He's having another golf scramble this year. He's planning on helping us add to it as well. But I thought, as a city, we need to jump in there and put some of our own skin in the game, add to it if we can as well. Other than that, at Charlie Daniels, that's about the extent of any changes this year. Like I said, we're pretty much staying status quo everywhere for this year. You go over to Mundy Park for capital improvement. See, we're asking for 5 new mowers. That's on our usual rotation of our mowers. They're getting up there in hours now. It's time to move on to go to our next one. We are going to repurpose 2. I've talked to utilities. They're going to take 2 of our old mowers, as well as City Bugle's going to take a mower. So we are going to repurpose our old ones to them. And then a French drain at Mundy Park. Any of y'all that's been over there at any time, the parking lot over close to the shop building always got water running across it. It is a safety hazard. We spoke with Grade A. Ray Armstrong helped out. He talked to them about that. Got us a price for that. Put in a French drain to pipe that under the parking lot to see if that couldn't release some of that water coming across the top, especially if we're in the winter months and it's freezing and stuff. We're not having to go out there and throw salt every day, just over the water. Satellite parks, everything's pretty much the same. We've cut a few of them to 1,000 from 2,000. The Jones Park, Ethan Page Park, and Robinson Park always all been cut from 2 to 1,000. We do have in there for the part of Veterans Park, which is listed as train station on here. Under contractual services, we do have 8,000 in there to add new names to the Veterans Wall. We have 172 names left that we can add to that. That may be a little bit lower depending on how many people, sign up to have a name put on this year. We may roll some of that over next year. The Christmas tree extension, we did put our last 4-foot extension that we can add to this tree in there as well. Between the extension and install, that is 20,000. The extension itself is 8,000. The install is 12. But
The Christmas tree.
other than that, as an overall budget, other than those items, we're pretty much status quo with it. So, if you all have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Yes, sir.
Tell us again about the Christmas tree. I don't understand why it costs so much.
Originally, when we did the Christmas tree, we did it where it could have 2 extensions added, 2 4-foot extensions after the year that we bought it. Last year, we added a 4-foot extension.
First
This year
one.
would be the final 4-foot extension. And I think it up to, I believe, 28 or 32 foot. I can't remember exactly offhand. But it does sound expensive, I understand. But I know last year when we spoke with the gentleman, the tree, the extension, everything is getting shipped over from China. So that's a big cost of it. And then the install will be 12,000 every year. That's counting them taking it up, down, storage, and everything. Is where that costs.
Do they maintain the lights if something
They do,
happens
yeah,
to it?
they
Or
do. We
any
don't
damage to it? Are they responsible?
Right, we don't do anything with it.
So we won't have this cost next year for the extra 4.
No, that extra 8,000 will not be there next year.
Okay. It's a very nice tree.
Question.
It should be, shouldn't it?
Are we really buying a Christmas tree from China?
that's where, I mean, the company we used that originally bought it, that's where they told us they shipped it from. That's what we were told last year.
What page is the Christmas tree expense listed?
Page 53.
53.
Last page of the public works budget.
Christmas tree extension on page 53 in the train station.
Mm-hmm.
It's a merged,
Oh.
it's a merged budget, but because now it's a kind of the park area as well as the train station.
I think you were doing like the 5-3 and I
Yes,
looked at it. and
that's why I was
like,
like trying
this
to tell
is-
you which
this is-
page.
I was like, I may have the wrong page number or something.
I
Okay.
apologize.
No,
We
no, no.
don't have to, no, I mean, that's just originally, we don't have to make it all, I mean, that was just the original understanding. As far as I was also under the
At least
understanding.
try to find one in America. I'm sure we grew.
But I mean, like I said, I don't know, I mean, that's through Get Motivated is who we, bought that from originally 2 years ago, I think.
Sure, shipping costs alone is probably.
As I said, the shipping cost is what, he explained to us is what ate up a lot of it. I think originally it was maybe before a lot of things happened, I think it was originally maybe 20% cheaper. But last year was about the same cost. We paid about the same last year.
Yeah, well,
I didn't have about the same amount, I believe.
We could leave it at the current height, and I think we
Yeah.
everybody.
I mean, I'm gonna say based on the projected deficit, I mean,
Yeah.
we may be 4 foot short on Christmas.
That'll be okay. I've been through it my whole life.
Vice Mayor.
Right, now,
Hey, Ross.
that's 8,000 would be cut. The 12,000 would stay for the setup and the storage. and all that.
So quick question, with the storage, because I know that was discussed with our previous parks director after, basically after we get some of this, like the police department moves and so forth, we may have some additional storage. Is there any opportunity for us to do a savings there?
I mean, it's currently, they're just taking it to, I mean, it's currently being stored at Plymouth Road. It's just for them to take it down, and take it to the storage. And
So they're charging us $12,000 to put it up and put it down every year. So $6,000 to put this tree up and then $6,000 to take it back
that was
down.
their cost. Yeah, that's what we paid the last 2 years.
Okay, it's just in your statement, you said and storage fee, so I didn't know where
Well,
I'm storing it.
I'm getting it to storage.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there any opportunity for us to install this? I mean, is it that hard? I'm just looking. I mean, again,
It's, I'm not gonna say we couldn't, but I've never watched them because, again, that's what, I mean, that was kind of the whole, originally 3 years ago, like I said, when we started all this,
Yeah.
hard deal with them and contract was, they take it up, they take it down, we don't have to fool with it. So I've never actually watched them put it up to see what all it entails.
Yeah, sounds like an Eagle Scout project.
yeah, I was just sort of thinking, maybe that could be an opportunity to be able to see if that's see if that's something that our team could do, especially if we're watching them put it up this year and then we
Right.
could watch them take it back down.
Right.
So, but I actually thought it was because of the storage fees as well. So I thought we were storing it somewhere. So
Right.
it's good to hear that we're at least putting it over at the annex building.
The capital expenses. New roof. Wouldn't our hotel, motel?
That covers that, yes. So that's when I was talking about the reserve going up and down earlier, that comes out of that reserve.
Okay, so that's coming out of that hotel motel.
Yep.
Reserve, okay.
Well, can 4 feet of a Christmas tree be that since we're putting said Christmas tree on a park?
Yes, I guess we could.
I think that would be
Yeah.
a good Christmas gift to us.
Okay. Merry Christmas.
Keep that out of the general fund.
Well, it'll still be in the general fund, but it'll be
Well,
covered by the reserve. Just to be clear.
Covered by the hotel motel tax reserve.
It's the same thing with mowers and the other capital items.
Yes.
Perfect.
So you're moving 20,000 to the hotel motel tax?
It would come out of there.
All right, any other questions, comments for parks?
Not yet. Second reading.
He ain't on the first reading yet.
No.
I think we're good.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you, Rob. Next up is Mark Kirk with the Building and Codes budget. And his budget is on page 47.
Our budget's pretty much status quo from last year. We had only added a couple things and they were removed. One was an inspector position we wanted to add back. For that inspector. We've been down to the inspector for about 2 years and wanted to add one of those positions back.
Is this page 47?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah, covered.
Ari, were any of the positions included in the budget? Was that what you were saying? Or were they both?
They were both removed.
Okay.
So if you look on page 47 under department head requests in red, that was the cost of the positions.
Okay, gotcha.
One position, right?
That was one or
One
two?
position. That was one position.
One, yeah.
Any other questions or comments from Mr. Kirk? Thank you, sir.
And the next budget is planning for John.
Ready?
What page? Oh, I'm so sorry. 48. Next page.
Yes, sir.
All right, we've got a pretty uncomplicated budget. I don't think I made any changes to anything except for the request for an additional, it would be a deputy planner. I think keep that option open. Would get us back to previous staff levels as well. We have had a director deputy until recently, and right now with the staff we have, it's kind of bare minimum, I'd say, for a city of this size. It would give us a little more horsepower to do, whatever comes our way. I know there's a lot more field work and things like that that we're starting to do, and to have the extra body and coverage would be most beneficial. The rest of the budget left it the same.
I see that deputy planner's reduced half year. Okay.
Trucking along as we do at the moment.
So what's the volume difference between previous staffing and current state?
Well, current staff, previously I was the deputy. and
Well,
then the-
correct. I mean,
Right.
as far as the number of
Uh,
items coming through the planning department,
I
is
would
there a way
say-
we can quantify that?
Yeah, okay. The number of items, that's probably on par with the way it's been. One thing I will say that has changed recently is there's a lot more of a push to get out in the field to look at problems, signage, anything zoning related. Other things, it's hard to get out and do, scheduling of inspections, things like that. We do have a push of more time in the field following up on things. We've got a pretty good system now, but it is a skeleton crew, I would say, for a city of this size. Really, it's flexibility and things like that, and then other items that come along down the pike, bigger projects like updating zoning code, things like that, maybe could be beneficial to have somebody with some, knowledge and some horsepower to help with those types of things. But essentially, yeah, getting it back up to the way it was, staff levels to basically where it was before, spreads the load around a little bit for all of us.
Okay.
We are the point of contact on the front end for a lot of stuff. There's a lot of time dealing with the public, I think, on our front end that eats into a lot of time. But that's my reasoning.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll get into fire and EMS with Chief Folks, and that's on page 44 through 46.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Tonight, I just kind of wanted to, first of all, go over some of our accomplishments that we accomplished in this year's budget. Station 3, we had the grand opening, and we're now operational out of that station, more than a 2-year project completed in totality. And then that station is operational, which puts us much better in the center of the city and is working fantastically for us. We also took delivery of our new ladder truck that is going to be stationed there at Station 3 once the training is complete on it. Completed cross-training of all of our personnel to a minimum level of advanced EMT and firefighter 2, which was a huge accomplishment for our training staff and our EMS staff to get everyone cross-trained to where they're dually functioning in those roles. And that helps us out tremendously, both on the EMS side for coverage, but as well as on the fire side for our ISO rating and our coverage for fire scenes and et cetera. We made several upgrades in equipment for EMS. Part of those were funded through our ambulance billing company, which provided all new hardware for us to do our billing with, as far as the computers, the mobile data terminals and things like that, as well as some other equipment. Rescue equipment upgrades, and we'll talk about the tiller again here in a few minutes. I want to mention that. But rescue equipment upgrades that we purchased this past year. Life safety inspections, we conducted several hundred, I think over 500 life safety inspections with thousands of violations found. All of those violations were basically corrected by the business owners with no expense to the business owner, not being cited, getting those corrections made even on the second visit, going back to those, which has made our businesses safer for our citizens to traverse and et cetera. And then pre-incident plans. We conducted over 1,000 pre-incident plans where our companies went out, gathered key holder information, vital data about the building to our response there to the building, which also offered some safety factors from just doing those pre-plans for those businesses. And so all of those are great accomplishments, and we really appreciate your support for us and our ability to provide that as we go on through that. But one of the things I wanted to address kind of with this, and it'll answer a lot of questions on budget and some of the things that we asked for in the budget this year, as well as some of the questions that come to you all occasionally that I get questioned about or get asked about from you all, is what I feel is some comments or criticisms that occur through social media or comments that are made to you all. You all get calls, we get comments on social media, but there's a handful of people that either were employed with us in the past or try to portray themselves as subject matter experts when it comes to fire and emergency services. And the reality is those persons have no experience either in city administration or in fire administration. They relate misinformation on those media channels, which gets citizens upset and concerned, et cetera. And it's based on conjecture, not on facts. And so the three main topics that are concerning our department when it comes to that are: the department is oversized for our city. A lot of concerns with budget and how much money is going to the fire department and to provide EMS, and the thought process that these individuals are putting out there is that our department is oversized. And I'll address that in just a minute. A new ladder truck, the tiller, was not needed. I'll explain in just a second why it was. And then EMS is too expensive, causing an unnecessary tax burden, and taxes here are unordinarily high because of our EMS system. So I just want to relate those with facts, some of the facts of where we're at with that. Our department, when people say it's oversized for the size of city that we have, there are 345 municipalities in the state of Tennessee. 27 of those have a population of greater than 30,000 people. Mount Juliet is 21st ranked in population among those cities. So we are number 21 out of 345 municipalities. We have the 17th highest call volume for a fire and EMS entity in the state of Tennessee. So we rank number 17 there. Out of those 27 cities, the fire departments in those 27 cities, only 6 of those fire departments provide transport EMS services. So that's 6 out of the 27 with 30,000 or more. So with that being said, we should kind of hold that same rank of where our population is within those 27 people when we're looking at those. So we should be anywhere from 15 to 16 on just about everything from the number of fire stations to population served by fire stations to square mileage and et cetera. And all of that is true and on most of those categories. Again, like we are 17th ranked in call volume. That would hold close to where we're at with total population. But when it comes to the number of stations, square miles covered by station, we are actually number 3 in the state behind Nashville and Memphis in the number of square miles that we cover per fire station. And so that tells us that we are not oversized for our city, as well as the population for our city. We are number 4 in the state in population covered per fire station. And so that is another avenue of saying that we are not oversized as a fire department. And then Mount Juliet is also, and I'm proud of this because it just shows how well our city manages the budget, how fiduciarily sound we are with our stuff. But out of all those cities, out of all those 27 cities, we are ranked number 2 in the lowest tax rate in the state. And so that is another feather in our cap for the way that we do business and keep our tax rates low with the level of service that we provide.
Who's number 1?
Brentwood is the lowest, and they just had a reassessment done. That's why they're lower than us. So they're at 19 cents after a reassessment.
Okay.
And so the 6 departments that provide EMS are Nashville, Memphis, Bartlett, Collierville, Germantown, and us. We are the 5th most populated of the 6. Only Germantown has less population than we do out of those 6. But out of those cities, Bartlett has a population of about 56,000. They have 98 personnel on staff out of 5 stations. Collierville has 51,000, almost 52,000 in population. They have 102 personnel running out of 5 stations. Germantown has a population of 40,000. They have 96 personnel operating out of 4 stations. And Mount Juliet has a population of 44,000, and we have 72 personnel operating out of 3 stations. So the next closest city to us that provides transport EMS has 24 additional personnel than we do. And so, and why is that important? It just shows that we are not oversized as a fire department for our size of city. I think it even shows better that fact. And then budgetarily wise, and kind of to address that, we've asked for positions the past 3 budget years to address some of that staffing, to get those staffing levels up where we feel like they need to be, and that would benefit us for our ISO rating as well as our operational concerns. The last 2 years, those were cut. This year, we asked for positions again. Those positions were again cut. And so it just causes us issues with operations. We have to better staff our ladder truck. It's been staffed with 2 people for quite some time as we try to run quick response vehicles. If none of these positions are staffed, we're going to have to stop utilizing quick response vehicles because we will not have the staffing to do so. We will have to staff the ladder truck with additional personnel to make it functional for rescue and for ladder operations, which I'm going to go over here in just a minute about the needs for that truck and why we bought that truck for what we need it for. But if those positions are not, some of those positions are not at least put back in, we will need to make some changes as far as that. And Ms. Hires going to get those numbers for us to make changes to firefighter positions to basically change the classification of those positions. We'll need to move 3 of those to lieutenant and 3 of those to engineer to better staff that aerial apparatus in the budget. And she's going to come up with those dollar figures should we not place any new positions or the new positions that we requested back in the budget, because that's what those positions were for, was lieutenant, engineer, and firefighters.
So, Chief,
Yes.
quick question, just so I can understand. So we're ISO 2, correct?
We're ISO 3.
ISO 3?
Yep.
Okay, just want to make sure. Is that the goal right there, is to stay at 3 or to move to 2 or move to 1? What's the goal here?
My goal would be to move to class 1. Class 1, moving to a class 1 would make about a 3 to 8% decrease in insurance costs to our businesses. I'll be straight up honest with you. It's not going to make any difference at all whatsoever, or for the most part, not whatsoever to residential, our residents, but it is going to make a huge difference. 3 to 8% for a business client is quite a bit of money.
What would that cost us though, as a city, as taxpayers, right?
Well, I mean, we're moving in that direction already as it is. I don't know whether these positions will push us over the edge to go from a Class 3 to a Class 1, or if we would be a Class 2. I feel confident that if we're re-rated right now, we would go to a Class 2.
And
which
out of the
would help
300
those rates some.
and out of the 345 counties, how many are at Class 2 right now?
How many are at Class 2? I would have to get that number for you.
Okay.
There's several dozen that are at Class 1. And
Okay.
so there's quite a few that are at Class 1.
Okay. And obviously Nashville is what, at Class 3? Is that correct?
I believe so.
All right. And then just another quick question. So if we do move to, let's just say, putting those staff members into the larger truck, that takes the load off of the other vehicles. So that way, when it is needed, we can be able to use the technology to say, hey, we don't need to run the larger truck. We can be able to run the smaller trucks.
Yes,
So that should help out with some of the costs and the maintenance on this equipment, correct?
yes,
Okay. All right. Sorry to interrupt. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
no problem. The next thing I wanted to address is about the tiller truck and why we bought the tiller truck and some of that stuff like that, because some of the things that you were seeing on social media was that it wouldn't fit in the fire station, which it does. It is sitting in there right now. And the other things were that we bought it to get around the city. And why did we need to buy it to get around the city? How many issues did we had with the tower getting around the city and et cetera? But the truth of it is, I came to you guys in 2024 and requested to do a resolution to purchase that truck. We were in need of replacing Tower 1 at the time. If we would have replaced the tower exactly spec'd out 100% like it sits now, when we have the truck, it would have cost about $2.1 million to buy that truck. The big issue that we were facing is we needed additional rescue capabilities for vehicle extrication, some light collapse things and things like that, as far as needs for that type of rescue. We're not going to get into rescues where we're doing, complete collapse rescue, trench rescue and all that. We've got Nashville very close to us. Those teams can get to us very fast, and we're not going to spend the money and resources for that because we just don't have the risk necessary to go there. So we wanted to make sure that we have the rescue capabilities that are necessary and meaningful for our community. But we just, on our current apparatus, don't have the ability to store a lot of those struts, a lot of the shoring equipment and things like that you need to stabilize vehicles, to cut into them, or if you have a big rig that's involved in an accident, to get those cut open or get those removed from the patients that are there in a timely manner. So, but there's two options there. Essentially look at a rescue truck and staffing a rescue truck like most cities have. I would say that every city our size, just about every city our size has at least one rescue truck staff. Many of them have multiple rescue truck staff, or purchasing a tiller truck, which a tiller would serve us because it's got four times the storage capabilities of what our current ladder truck had. And so it allows us to store all the rescue equipment that we need without purchasing a new truck. The cost difference between buying that tiller at the time that we bought the tiller versus buying a new tower was about $300,000. We were just over 2.4 million on the tiller. We would have been at 2.1 million had we bought the ladder to replace the tower. That's why we bought the tiller. And so that's the one thing that I wanted to kind of remind you guys. I know that we talked about it when we purchased it, but I also wanted for the public to understand that's why we purchased the tiller, so that we get more capabilities and more use out of a not as utilized truck. It makes it more utilized by having two roles and two functions, more so than just responding to fire calls as a ladder. It's essentially a ladder and rescue truck combined is what we're using that truck for. And we think that it'll greatly enhance our operations, our ability to do those type of rescues and all of those things. But it makes what is now an underutilized truck more utilized without us having the expense of $650,000 to $1 million to buy a rescue truck as well as staff it. And so that's the reason that the tiller is in play. The last thing I wanted to address is that EMS is too expensive, causes tax burdens, and taxes are too high. I just wanted to remind everybody of why you all voted for us to get into the EMS business. The number of units covering our city was a big issue when we got into this business, that WEMA would not commit to providing a second unit to this city. Long response times, no say or a seat at the table in the level of service or the amount of units that we had was the issues at the time. And that's the reason we got into EMS, or transport EMS. So what is EMS in Mount Juliet as we said? Number one, it's responsive. There's no extended response times of 15 and 20 minutes any longer because we haven't had those since we started the service. That just doesn't happen. Innovative. It's a high level of care, providing new technology, new equipment, new standards of care. We have more critical care paramedics working for us than just about any agency around us that are capable of providing an even higher quality level of care than a paramedic ambulance is capable of doing. We're proactive. We really try to address situations and be there because we're consistently answering the same households and sometimes where they have chronic medical conditions. We're trying to be very proactive with them about getting more help to that person, whether it's through their doctor, whether it's through social work, other things like that, to where we try to be proactive for our community because it's community-based EMS. As well as we try to be fiduciary. So we've got the highest billing collection rate of any of AMB's customers in our state, or in the Southeast actually. And that is a great thing that we have that high of a billing rate. Why is it that high? Well, one, our payer mix is good because of our citizens and what we have here in Mount Juliet, but also it is because we do great documentation. We've got a great billing company to work with, et cetera. We're actually looking at moving to a new records management system through that billing company. It's our recommendation that we think is going to even increase our rate more. But we are currently collecting at 64% of billings. To date, this year, from July the 1st through the end of April, we have collected $1.35 million. And we are projected to collect over 1.7 million, just over $1.7 million for the entire budget year this year.
You said 67% collection rate?
We've got a 64% collection rate. Yes, sir, but that's the best of any of the services that AMB provides billing for.
Is that AMB, the
Ambulance
billing?
medical billing.
That's the
Yes,
billing company?
That's a company that does our billing for us.
Do you bid that out?
We actually, I think it's
Not
professional
every
services.
year. We have,
I mean, if they're the best billing, I would say that's pretty good, but we don't know they're the best. They're ranking themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, that they're ranking us off of all the customers that they have.
That they have.
Yes, that they have.
Yeah, I'm looking more across the board.
We, at the time that we were signed on with them, we felt like they were the best. They are definitely one of the industry leaders in EMS
We should
billing
be able to get some billing
that we have.
collection rates. There should be some statistics around that,
Mhm.
even on a regional.
On average, regionally, I would say you're at 35 to 40% billing
I'll look into that.
collections from
That's
your
my
total
background.
billings.
I do that.
Yep.
So I'll figure it out. I'll find out. I'll let you know.
Yep.
If you're right.
And so this year, the net cost for us to provide EMS in this current budget year is projected to be right around $800,000 by the time the billings come in and our operation and expenses are incurred within that.
What do they retain? 10%?
Yeah, they're just a tad over 10%, 10.1, something like that. But within that 10%, they also pay for our records management system. They also pay for hardware, all the hardware that we utilize for computers and et cetera on the ambulances to make those bills happen. Because the fact of it is, the faster that we get the documentation turned in, the better the billing that we're going to get off of it. It comes in, especially through Medicare CMS, it comes in a lot faster and more streamlined, and they're not going to question you about what you're billing if you're delaying days at a time. So we require personnel to submit those PCRs every day, and they can't even wait till the second day of their shift. They have to submit those that day and get them submitted in so that we can get them billed.
I'll talk to you offline. Are they leveraging any ancillary networks, ambulatory ancillary networks?
As far as their billing goes,
Like specialty PPO networks, there are specialized ambulatory networks that negotiate. I'm assuming we're charging off of Medicare rates or paying off of what?
so they pay off of our rates. What they do is our rates are based on fair market value rates for our region. And so Medicare pays what Medicare will pay for a Medicare patient, and we cannot bill that patient any more than that. We have to accept Medicare assignment, but we bill significantly higher than Medicare rates. Most patients' insurance cover that billing because of the necessity, the EMS necessity for us being able to transport. So most insurances cover that and pay at least most of that minus a deductible or what their copay is for that particular person. And so we bill that. They're the ones that send the billings to the customers and et cetera, or the person that's transported our patients. They send that to them and then collect back off of that.
And they're collecting above Medicare rates?
Oh,
They're
yes.
collecting above Medicare
Yeah,
rates?
we collect significantly above Medicare rates on most calls. Yeah, and on an average $1,000 billing, Medicare would likely pay us $350 to $400, whereas commercial insurance would pay the full $1,000. And then the person may owe a copay or et cetera.
Excellent. Thank you.
And then the other thing that I wanted to mention about EMS is there is currently a bill that is coming out of TASER. And so it is a House Bill 83, Senate Bill 160. But it basically requires a municipality to reimburse the county for any ambulance services rendered by the county if such municipality does not provide ambulance services within its boundaries. So we are exempt from that because we provide our own ambulance services. But essentially, what this will do is if a city does not provide their own ambulance services, they will have to pay the county as a percentage of their population to the county's population for the EMS services total operation. So I know that WEMA's total budget's in the $22 million range. And so I would say that their EMS is 40 to 50% of that at minimum.
90%.
Huh?
90% from what I recall, Mr. Martin, when we met with them.
But based on EMS being a 40 or 50% number, it would be $2.3 to $3 million if Mount Juliet was not providing EMS, if that bill goes through. So a lot of cities are going to be impacted by this because they're going to have to pay if that goes through. And a lot of people are like, well, will it actually go through? It was voted through to TASER and go into the Tennessee Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations 96-0 through the Senate. And so it is thought that the bill likely may go through when it comes back in session in January.
Well, they were calculating their costs based on call volume.
They're calculating the cost based on percentage of population to the entire county.
That's what the law requires.
Yeah, that's what TASER requires under the law, is that it's a percentage of that, up to 50% of the total service cost. So in our particular situation in Wilson County, if Mount Juliet, Lebanon, and say Watertown's total cost, total percentage was 60% of the county's population, those three cities would be on the hook for 50% of the budget for them based on their percentage of population relative to that. So it's like I mentioned before, we have a net cost once our billings are out there of less than $800,000 projected for this year's budget. And we would have to pay $2.3 to $3 million to them if this bill goes through for them to provide EMS for us. And so I think that that's a thing. It's a major concern for a lot of cities. I know a lot of other cities are very, very concerned about the bill passing. And a lot of other cities are contacting us about how we do ambulance service and looking to get into the business themselves. And so we are addressing a lot of those concerns over time. Again, as I mentioned, as far as the budgetary needs and where we're getting back to budget, but I wanted to kind of bring those facts out about where we're at because it's a lot of questions that you all get while we're in this meeting. The budgetary requests, personnel, we do need the personnel that we requested. I know that we can do without the training officers. Those would be great to have because of the level and the amount of training that we do. But the 9 positions that we requested would go directly into operations, and would love to see your consideration for adding those back. Station
What's
alert.
the cost on that for without the training officers?
Sorry, I had 900, I think it was 975 total,
So that 975 was the total, not including the office.
including it.
What was the training officer?
156,000.
156 is the training officer total. Should be in the 800 range.
What? It's hard to answer the question. We don't know what our property tax rate is or state certified rate. Assuming
I'm estimating, so based on what the county has sent me, for every penny on the tax rate, it's going to be about 353,000 to the city.
so, it would take about 2 cents and some cents of a cents to cover that cost. Okay.
Kind kind of going off the technology side here, station alerting and CAD, and I know Chief Chandler is going to cover a lot of the CAD within our Emergency Communications Center, the computer-aided dispatch. Station alerting is something that we have designed Station 3 with, as well as the other stations are easily brought on board with doing station alerting. This would greatly enhance our time to dispatch. It would lower that time to dispatch. And at the dispatch center, essentially what that would do is be like adding another dispatcher to the equation, because any fire EMS call that comes in, essentially when they accept that call within the CAD system and they say, okay, we validated the address, we're accepting this call, they can still be on the phone with the patient or with the person that's calling in the emergency, and the computer will take over doing the dispatch at the station. So it will immediately start computer-aided voice, dispatches to the location as well as that. So it helps dispatch and their load that's on them, as well as it provides, the big thing for us that it provides in the stations is it zones out the bedrooms. To where when an ambulance is going out on a call in the middle of the night, not everybody in the station is woken up by that call. It just awakens the people that are in those particular bedrooms. It zones those bedrooms to where you're not waking the entire station up. And those kind of things. It also puts us in line to where we're not dispatched per station, we're dispatched per unit. So the station alerting and the CAD system are greatly needed. Those are things that kind of in a holistic package of things, including radio updates and the tower upgrades and things like that, are things that we truly need for public safety in both police and fire. The CAD system that we have is I would call it a very antiquated CAD system for what 2026 should be in technology. It does not have the ability to do location-based dispatching, so we can't see where our units are and know this is the closest unit and have that CAD make a recommendation of that unit being closer and going on that call. So it's going to dispatch off of zones, and at times our trucks may be closer, to that call, but the CAD system's not going to know that because it's not capable of that location-based dispatch. So that's a concern for us that we really would love to see the CAD. And then some of the line items, were reduced, which we understand that. We're in a tight budget year, and I understand that completely. And I commend you all for everything that you do and keeping things the way that they are and things like that. But, we can always, if some of those lines that were cut, if we stay in the range that we are on diesel cost, we are very concerned about the fuel line item and a couple of other things like that. But we could come back for budget request if a budget amendment, if fuel's costs stay up. Hopefully they will not. Hopefully they will trend back downward. But, if we had to at those point in times, we can come back for a budget amendment for some of those particular line items that have been reduced. So, but again, I want to thank you all for what you do for helping us help our citizens and be what I feel like is the safest city in Tennessee, providing the services that we provide, both police, fire, and EMS, and especially with their dispatchers. But thank you for doing that. I want to commend our personnel for everything that they do for us. And if y'all have any questions, be free to answer.
So, Chief, just a quick question. Or actually a couple. So when we're looking at adding these positions, if it is, are we able just to be able to just keep the positions where they are? The firefighters, we don't have to keep promoting all these people back up because, it's great to have all these chiefs, but sometimes I keep hearing we don't have enough Indians.
Yeah. Well,
So how do we fix that?
The three positions that we have, and the reason that we ask for budget amendments if we do that, is that the current ladder truck does not have an officer assigned to it. It does not have a lieutenant. It is the one fire apparatus that does not have that.
So do we have an officer right now in the truck that we're going to be decommissioning?
No, we only staff that truck with two at this current time.
Yeah, but if we're going to be eliminating that truck, right?
The need is to staff that truck with at least 3 people. And one of those positions would be an engineer position that we're staffing it with, and another position would be an officer level position. That's 6 of the positions that we were asking for. The other 3 positions that we were asking for was basically to ensure with staffing that truck with an extra person that we could continue to provide response with our quick response vehicles, the squads, the smaller vehicles that go on medical calls when that medical call necessitates them responding with them. If we close down that quick response, those quick response vehicles, our engines would be going on the high acuity medical calls with our ambulance. In other words, a life-threatening medical call, they would go on that with the ambulance.
No, what I'm saying though is that if we're going to be decommissioning a truck for the new truck, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
So-
that truck has got two people assigned to it every day. Those two people would be on the truck. One of those positions would change to an engineer. The other position would become a lieutenant. And then that's where the other, the positions come into play, is keeping those quick response vehicle staffed.
Okay, and then the overtime, obviously, if we're going to be adding more positions, that should take away from this overtime. That's budgetary, correct?
It should, well, we allowed about the same amount of people off. So I mean, to keep the minimum staffing, we will allow the same amount of people off. And of course, with hiring new people that have less time to take off, it probably would adjust that overtime. And then some of that overtime is used to backfill or to pay people for mandatory classes that they are not attending while they're on duty, because we don't work 5 days a week. We're working the 48-hour shifts. And sometimes the training that they are mandated to go to is occurring when they're off duty. We try to do as much as training as we can in-house. We've done a great job with doing that these past few years, but there are some mandatory classes that our personnel are required to go to that we have to pay them for, and that's part of the overtime.
Is there any way we can get that list of how much, because I know that was the whole purpose, 3 years ago was when we were looking at this program, was to be able to have an in-house training program. And that was also just, as this new firehouse was just talked about, was the new training program, the new training classes. And,
Yep,
and,
absolutely.
and is it possible to be able to do some cost savings to have the instructor come in and use those rooms that we just built?
Oh, yeah, and that's what we do most of the time. But I can get you the cost on those. And when I say mandatory things that people are off duty for, it may be where things that we can't do in our own classrooms, such as a cadaver lab at Vanderbilt for our EMS
Okay.
personnel that they may be required to attend to go there during that lab
Okay.
to do specialized skills.
I don't think we can bring that
It's a
back
real
in.
thing. They,
Yeah.
they really go there.
You pulled the perfect example out that no one's gonna challenge you on why you didn't do that in-house.
Thank you, by the way.
Do you have a question, Commissioner?
It was around the overtime.
Okay.
I think you covered. It seems high. I don't know what the standard is, but it just.
And I know this past year,
14%.
we had quite a bit more overtime the first half of the budget year because we were training our personnel to firefighter 2, some of our personnel to firefighter 2 and advanced EMT. Now that that's complete, that has gone down significantly.
Yeah, because it's almost doubled in 2 years.
With that training that we conducted, much of that had to be conducted with them off duty, even though we were doing it in-house. It couldn't just be conducted on duty because that's a 10-week long class. And to try to conduct that 3 times for different shifts would have been impossible for us to do.
Just to be clear, I'm looking at 2025, and comparing it to city manager 2026, 2027. It's almost $1 million compared to 520 back in 2025.
Yeah, I can get with Ms. Hire and see if we can adjust that number some based on trends and where we're at with the training classes and knowing that those are scaling down.
I'll go after you if you want. Go ahead.
All right. So I brought this up last year, not to feel like we keep kicking the can down the road. My concern is funding EMS. So when this first started, I know that the way it was presented, that the billing was going to cover the department and be self-sufficient. So if the projected revenues for billing is 1.7 in this next budget, on the EMS budget, we got operations and capital, which totals just under $900,000. So on the surface, that sounds really good. 1.7, that definitely covers that. But in order to get a fair assessment of what the billing is covering, and I know that you put all the personnel under fire, so EMS doesn't reflect any personnel. And I understand why, because you cross-train and all that. But in order to get a fair assessment of what the 1.7 billing covers, what would be, do you have a number on a personnel cost
Yes, Ms. Hire.
that's just MS?
Ms. Hire just provided that this afternoon. It was about $1.6 million. So we covered personnel costs plus a little over 100,000 this budget year. That's what we're aligned to do, and that's what's got our operational costs down just a tad below 800,000 total. And when I say that that operational cost is 800,000, I don't know that you're going to find an EMS system that provides the level of care that we do and the response times that we do and everything else that we do for $800,000 a year to our citizens total cost. And as I've mentioned before, with our cross-trained personnel, that augments, fire augments EMS and EMS augments fire. So EMS, the personnel in EMS definitely augment fire because all of those personnel count toward our ISO rating on the daily staffing. They are, we have those personnel cross-trained. That way, if we have a fire where the unthinkable happens, similar to Glass Creek, and we get a firefighter hurt, that we can implore more additional personnel immediately into that situation to where they can help out on a fire roll and do those things. And so that is where the EMS really truly augments our fire protection within the city, as well as providing the best EMS care that you're going to find in the state.
All right, so if we have an estimated personnel of 1.6 million plus the 869, we come around just under 2.5 million, right?
Are you total?
For personnel, operating, and capital for just EMS.
Yes.
Okay, so around 2.5. So if you subtract the 1.7,
You should get a net cost of the EMS of 769,000.
right?
That's what it costs.
So that's my biggest concern in this whole thing is it's not self-sufficient. So funding it appropriately is my biggest concern. And I think the sooner we address it, the better. If
What was that
if
net
that makes
cost
sense.
number?
769,000.
69,000, thank you. 769.
Yeah, and I was not the chief here when EMS was undertaken, so I don't, but that I know of, it was never promised that it was going to completely sustain itself and pay for itself 100%.
It was cost neutral.
And I know that I would never promise you that you're going to get the level of service that we provide and it completely pay for itself. It is going to cost. There are cities, I mean, we were actually watching the advisory commission on intergovernmental relations, and I will get you that report on that whole bill and all that stuff whenever we're supposed to get it as soon as it's published or sent to us. We've requested it, but they were literally talking about a city that's got a private EMS entity, or Murray County is actually the county that their county was providing EMS, and they're supplementing what they're funding the hospital for, like $300,000. The hospital came back to them and told them they were going to have $4 million. And the county negotiated back with them, and that cost came down to $2 million. And so that was actually on the advisory commission's meeting. You could see that on the recording of that meeting where that took place. So they're having to pay $2 million for a county hospital to provide their EMS, and that's, I think that our citizens are getting a great service at a great price for what we're providing. And I would never say that it's ever going to pay 100% for itself. It's going to have to have some funding help with that. But in addition to that,
I
it also
agree.
benefits us on the fire department side with that. And so that's what we've done.
I would say there's a lot of value for a net cost of $769,000. There's no question about that. But I remember what I was told when this was starting up. Basically, I think I recall it being something like it's going to be cost neutral. We're in an area it's affluent. We would get good billing rates, and we don't need to look at private because we should do it ourselves and a bunch of stuff. And a lot of that was estimates. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I got to where we are, but really for $769,000, I still think we're getting a lot of value for what it's costing us. Of course, we get to figure out how to pay for it.
Based on some of the stories that I've heard about the past, I would say that this commission definitely made a great decision for our citizens in enacting this.
Well, based on stuff, and I've still got voicemails and call recordings right on my phone right now that I think people would be shocked if they were played as to what the level of service was at the time that we were dealing with. So I think anybody that questions the decision of why we did what we did, I can remember entire months where you didn't have a station staffed in this thing. And I mean, it might have been 3 days out of 31 or something like that. Maybe I'm exaggerating that a little bit, but not much. It was pulled, and they were a number of times. It's like, please don't let anybody slip and fall on this side of the county because there is no more ambulances in service. So, wait, Vice Mayor.
Yeah. Well, just to highlight that, because I remember some of the response times was 27 minutes of sticking in my head, and so was 34 minutes for I think a shelf falling over on an individual and somebody getting cut by a lawnmower. So those were the response times. But anyways, I know you and I talked about the pilot that I'd really like to see if we could be able to at least see if that's an opportunity. And I understand that if we have somebody out there transporting, and that we may have let's say a dark spot, or maybe that ambulance may have to go respond that is on the other side of town. I think just to be able to see if that's an opportunity to implement a pilot, because I know that seems to be the discussion on social media as well as the phone calls that I'm getting. And for the commission that may not understand the pilot, discussion, which is, I think Commissioner Hafner talked about this last year, where transporting was a possible cost savings. So anything we can do to help out this budget. And, obviously if we're trying to look by adding more staff, but then we don't have staff to actually do the transportation, it's kind of, contradicting, contradicting each other, because we're adding staff, but we don't have enough staff to go and do the pilot. So, if we've got the coverage, we got the technology, I think we can be able to at least look and see if there's some opportunities there to offset these funds. So would like to get more information on that and see what we can do to create that pilot and see if it works. If it's a 6-month pilot, we say, hey, it's increased our numbers or our response time, or we can say, hey, it was some additional funds that help offset these costs, and then we can be able to help justify that. So, but again, we don't want to get ourselves into a situation where, just like you just said earlier, past a leadership had, you would never have committed to it because of the data. Well, we know it's a revenue generator for other cities. Why are we not looking into it as well for those pilots? So just wanting to see if that's an option. So one more thing, if you don't mind, the technology on the calls for the cost there, is that going to help offset us having to, so every time there is let's say an accident, right? We send out ambulance, fire, and police. With this technology, are we going to be able to help offset that where we may not need a fire truck? We only need ambulance and police. Is that something, because they're all cross-trained, so that should be able to take off the load of the equipment as well as also be able to help out, correct?
Some of the technology that we're utilizing and the big issue that we have with the current CAD system, we're getting ready to start. We've already done, and Chief Chandler may want to mention that as well, but the police and fire aspects of what we call PowerPhone, it's call handling software. And so it's stuff that our dispatchers are using to address those calls and figure out how many units do we need, where is this at? EMS is coming. That includes what's called emergency medical dispatch. So our dispatchers will be able to give pre-arrival instructions. They'll be able to triage calls to where we can say legitimately and legally that we only sent this unit non-emergency because it wound up being a non-emergency type call under that triage of how they triage those calls. Additional to that, there are certain call types that we're just not going to send a fire truck on. The ambulance will go by themselves. So, I mean, some of the abdominal pains, isolated leg injury that we just don't know what it is. And, those are cases where a fire truck has a limited amount of use on, but right now we just don't have a way to triage those calls. We're doing that through PowerPhone, but the key part of that is that CAD system integrating with PowerPhone and providing that documentation of the necessity of sending an ambulance or sending additional apparatus or et cetera. So where we do those things. And so that is coming online. EMD is coming online within the next few months, but it would tie in much better with a more robust CAD system that's capable of tying in with it. And Chief Chandler will mention that, but a lot of the flock safety things and things like that are not capable of integrating with our current CAD. And that's why we're asking for the CAD as well as the station alerting to do that. But we are definitely in the midst of basically not responding all units on every single call type.
Okay.
You know, we understand that on chest pains and respiratory distress and your high acuity calls that are life threatening, we need to send both of those units. But on some of those other call types, we're going to scale that down and only send the ambulance by themselves.
Okay. One last question, if it's okay. Is there anybody else got anything? So I don't.
I do, go ahead.
I do too. I've already told you.
All right. One more thing. So on those technology calls, is it going to give us the ability to not send the bigger trucks? So like, you know,
Yes.
again, I mean, like, so, because I know you had talked about maybe trading in one of our trucks. Is that the correct truck that we need to keep in order for these smaller callers?
No, the truck that we're selling currently is one of those trucks is the tower, the old tower that we have. The other truck is a mini bumper truck, which we think we're going to be able to get more value out of than we actually paid for the truck in 2020. So that is a truck that's very non-utilized by us because it's essentially, it doesn't have the storage space that we need to contain all the equipment that's required by ISO to respond. And we just don't have the ability to staff that truck. We respond in very similar to what we did during the ice storm. Part of our overtime cost was the ice storm where we staffed up our mini or all of the quick response units. We normally, staffing wise, we wouldn't have been able to staff those up. Well, we staffed 4 of them up during the ice storm in an effort to try to keep our big apparatus off the roads completely during that ice storm. And we only responded to a couple of calls that were actual fire calls with our bigger apparatus, and every other call was addressed. Trees down over power lines, medical calls, slips and falls, everything else was addressed with those quick response vehicles. And that's what we would do with those. They're Ford Interceptors that we would send 2 firefighters out on that are medically qualified, of course. And we would send those out on certain call types. That's what this request is to kind of keep that staffing level up to where we can staff those vehicles.
We have the chains on those trucks, correct?
We've got chains on certain trucks. The new truck has automatic chains on it, and
Yeah.
we've got the ability to get around in those.
Okay, thank you.
On 111, I want to ask you another question. How many injuries did we have this past year
Injuries,
for our staff,
our staff,
firefighters, EMS, all of them?
yeah, I'll have to get that number for you.
Obviously, that affects our works comp most of the time. Our work comp, I noticed this line, then I want to go up the top, and maybe you can answer this for this. On 146, from last year to this year, it went up about 8,000 or so. And then it went up to 247, 698. And that's what y'all came up with, the city, versus what they came up with. So I didn't know if that was because we'd had a lot of injuries or if, historically, unless we've got a bad rating, the work comp rates go down some.
No, we actually did get a favorable work comp rating.
Okay.
So that is something that I'll get with HR because they get that rating.
Okay.
But I'll get with them on that to verify. And it's the work comp is sort of based on our total payroll. And then
That's right.
that's sort of divvied up by, so I'll get with them to double check that number because Brody did tell me recently that we got a favorable rating.
Which leads to the next question or two. So your department, Mark, turns in this like on line 111, where that the salaries permanent would be $6,732,086, but then the city comes back with $7,077,077. So why? Where did you get that to have that number?
That's probably in my payroll sheet. I'll have to look because those numbers come from one source. And so it's not necessarily his request. It's my payroll sheet that pulls that over. And then I copy it to, like, as I go through, I copy it to the second column and the third column. So there was probably a change that was made that got recorded in the second and third column, but just didn't get updated in the first column. So it's not necessarily that he requested something that went up. There
Okay,
was a change that I made in the payroll sheet that flowed through all of the departments.
What page
Okay.
are you on?
I didn't,
44.
I didn't understand
You
because
talking
that
about
was
the salary?
345. And then when you go to
I was
the
told that was step.
overtime,
It step should have already been calculated in that. So there's a change that I made in the payroll sheet. And I'd have to look to see, but the difference between the 6, 7 and the 7 isn't anything that he did. It's an adjustment that I made to the payroll sheet that flowed through, and it just didn't get picked up or copied into the first column.
and that includes also on line 112, that was 48 more. So it's the same.
It's the
Reason.
same issue, yes.
Okay, so then mark down where it shows the remove for the 9 plus those 2. Does that include all the benefits?
Yes, that is total cost of the personnel. That is not just salary.
Okay, so that didn't reflect up there in any of those columns?
No,
Okay,
no.
thank you.
Are you saying the 7 should be more or less?
No, I'm saying it should be 7. There's nothing that he did that changed that number. It's something, a change that I made in our payroll sheet.
Right.
That flowed through to the second and third column, but I make sure that it pulls from one source. So I usually try to, when I update it, copy and make sure they all match. So I didn't copy something changed in that one that didn't get copied into the first column. So it was just an overall change in the payroll sheet that I made. It's nothing that he did or added.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Earlier when we were going over this, a lot of these payroll increases were allowed for the step.
Commissioner, the difference that you're seeing is where he's asking from the 26, 27 department head number to the city manager. The numbers we discussed earlier was from the increases from the 25, 26 number to the 26, 27. Those are going to be stepped.
Those would be steps.
Commissioner, can I jump in real quick? Are you done?
No.
Okay, go ahead then. Go ahead.
All right,
Sorry, it was
so
just quiet.
I can't find my notes where I was figuring this earlier. I think I was figuring between the 17 cents and the 20 cents. It wasn't a whole lot. It was just under like 800,000. So really comparing that to EMS, that's right about the same. So really that would cover the EMS
Cost of EMS.
deficit, but it doesn't cover anything else. Yeah, nothing.
And the numbers that you have are based on what an estimated 20-cent rate would be.
Right.
So that overall deficit of the 4.6 or 4.7,
Mm-hmm.
that is at a estimated 20-cent rate.
Right. So that even if we compared it that way, it would fund that, but nothing else.
Yes, sir.
So I'm done.
Nope, he hasn't gone yet.
Do you have a list of equipment that we're selling this year?
The two things that we plan on selling this year are actually on the market now. We've actually,
Do you have a sense of what their values are?
yes, we anticipate getting between 550,000 and 600,000 for the tower that we're selling.
Oh, it was 750.
Well, it's listed for 750. We anticipate by the time the 10% comes out for the transportation of it and sale of it and everything.
Let them pay for
That
that.
would be our net.
And what was the other?
The other one's the mini pumper. It is currently, it's listed for a little over 300,000. We anticipate net wise getting right around 300,000 out of it. We're hoping.
And just to be clear, if I do the timing, that's not estimated in this budget because
I didn't think it was because I was looking for it.
Yeah. It's tricky to do at an end of year. Because if I put it in next year, we get it this year, then it looks like we're short next year.
Yeah, I've got the same issue on contribution, but we'll talk about that later. So that's almost 900 grand. I mean, that would cover most of your capital expense, your one-time requests for capital expenses. When do you anticipate those selling? I know they're on the market. It's hard to predict, but
Yeah,
are we
it's
having
on-
any active?
Yeah,
Inquiries?
we've got several people that are active on on the tower. And then we've had 5,700 views of the mini pumper in 10 days. So getting 550 to 500 or 600 views a day on it.
Yeah, 800 to 900K would cover those expenses on that, and we wouldn't have to take out of our, that $4.7 million, correct?
So if that, we would still have the deficit just depending on the timing. So if we, let's say they did sell and we got them this year, it would effectively increase our beginning fund balance. It would not affect the revenue deficit for the next year. It would just increase our starting fund balance. So we would end higher. We still have the deficit, but we end higher.
But it
Now,
wouldn't
if we get the revenue next year, then we start with the same fund balance, but it does shorten the deficit.
when you're saying, you're talking about next year being next fiscal year.
July 1.
July 1.
Yeah.
Okay. How long does it take to sell?
We've got some very interested parties on the tower, so we're thinking that may happen fairly quickly. So I'm not sure timing wise how that would time out on
And they may,
the entity paying and
if it's another city, they would be in the same situation that we would be in. Is do they purchase it with next year's money, or do they do an amendment purchase it if it's another city? So it may be they're having a timing issue as well.
Well, maybe we could give them a discount to close early
Okay,
this year's.
good to know.
So Ms. Heyer, so we've talked about this every year, so I'm just trying to figure this out, just why we have, the chief talking about adding positions. In years past, the whole reason why we've looked at topping out quicker is to be able to maintain good talent, right? So we promote everybody within and we automatically bump everybody up to topping out with 6 years, I think it is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
5 years.
5 years? Okay, so 5 years, a brand new employee can top out in 5 years, but then we keep doing these pay studies, which is, again, costing the city and taxpayers more money because we do the pay study, or do we do the 5-year program? So I'm going to say this publicly because I think it needs to be discussed that any new employee, I would really love to see a cost savings. Which one do we do? Because right now, again, employees are getting, double dipping, so to speak. Not the existing, I'm saying new employees, because they're able to get the cost, the pay study, and they top out in 5 years. So which one is it that we're going to do? Because that was the whole discussion that we were discussing.
We did the internal pay study, but that is not reflected in the budget. There were no.
No,
there
no.
was no.
Yeah, I know, but we talked about this last year where it was discovered, well, not really discovered, but it was talked towards the end of the budget, which was the whole reason why we did the pay study, which is where Commissioner Hefner brought that up, I think, 3 years ago, I think it was? 5 years, okay. And then we keep doing the pay study, when we review it, we compete with our neighboring, communities of, okay, they get raises, then we got to give raises. They give raises, and we keep going back and forth. So, but the other question is that we top out in 5 years. So which one should we be doing? That's what I would like to see. Is there an opportunity to say that we could be saving money and taxpayers' dollars because we're going to do the 5-year top out, or are we going to continue to keep looking at the pay studies for every year, every 2 years?
But every city, in doing a pay study, they adjust their pay rates. Their people are still moving through the pay scale. So we still would move through a pay scale. Now, when we did the one 5 years ago, anytime that you adjust the top out pay,
Sure.
you bring an employee where they are. They may be at top out now, but you reduce them to a different step. So it takes them, they're not automatically topping out. They're still moving through the pay scale. They don't automatically jump up. So
Well, they
every
still get
city
their
is-
percentages. So that's what I'm saying is that, again, I took my notes from last year when we discussed this. So you get 2.5 after 6 months, 3% after 1 year, 5% after 2 years, 7.5 after 3, 8.5 after 4, 10% after 5 years, 36.5% over that time frame. So what I'm asking is that when Commissioner Hefner brought this up initially, for us to do all those bumps between 28 and 32% pay increase to bring all positions up, correct?
But yes, but that was bringing the top out pay. That did not mean an employee got automatically bumped up to the 30%. They got moved up to the next pay level that was closest to their pay rate where they were at, which means they could be at a 7, but when the new pay scale went into effect, it dropped them to a 4 or a 5. It just depended on what the range was that that pay scale increased. So they don't automatically, just because you did a new pay study and their rate is 20% higher, they don't automatically get a 20% raise. They are in the pay scale, our old pay scale, and then they're moved up to the next level, and then they move through the pay scale just as they did before.
So what I'm asking though is that when we look back, so a brand new employee is now in a sense reaping the rewards from
Well, I mean,
the
you're-
change, right?
But it's either, I mean, you either hire them here at a higher pay rate or you hire them at another city at a higher pay rate. You're still comparatively, using the same pay scale, trying to anyway. But that doesn't mean that the new employee starts off automatically higher.
But do most cities top out in 5 years?
No, there are some. I think Gallatin reduced theirs. Hendersonville had an 18-step plan, but I've noticed now that they're reducing their level of steps to try to get people in and keep good talent.
So when they reduced it from 18 to what, 12? Or do
That
we
was
know?
I don't know what Hendersonville's done. Gallatin reduced theirs, and I can't remember what they started with, but I did notice that I think they have a 7-year top out now, so they've dropped theirs down.
Okay.
I want to follow up on that. You're bringing up a good point, because 5 years ago, when I requested that pay study, there was no discussion about top outs. It was based on the hourly rates.
Merit.
That is top out. When I say top out, that's the top rate. So that the pay scale goes. So that's a top out.
That was not my impression. It's not, that was current rates for each municipality. That was what they were getting paid. But at least that's what I was told.
No, that was the top out rate. That was
Do you have that? Do you still have that?
mhm.
Okay. Can you, and maybe I just totally missed it, but I've never once heard a conversation about top out as part of those conversations about bringing everybody up to within plus or minus 5% of the average.
But that was bringing their scale to that, not necessarily an employee to that. It was bringing the scale to within that range. The employee would fall somewhere in that scale. They didn't automatically go up.
And they're in that scale because of their experience or however long they've been here. Isn't that correct?
Mhm.
So,
Okay. Because it was based on titles. There were no
Yes.
individual names in there.
Correct.
Right.
It was based on titles.
Right.
Only.
And there was a pay scale for that title. And then that was a comparison of, okay, where are the top out rates for that position across the cities? And so then we increased it to within 5% of that.
Right.
And then scaled it back to where,
Okay.
over the years.
Okay.
And then wherever the employee was in their old scale, they were then bumped up to the next highest,
Okay.
whatever within the new scale, that next highest rate. That doesn't mean that they automatically went to top out.
It just increased their ability to get to that number. It doesn't mean they got
Yeah.
to that number.
Yeah, I
Right.
was under a different impression, but that's fine. That's fine. All right. But if you do have that, can you send that to me?
The old one?
Yeah, the old one. Thank you.
Are these cities we're comparing against, is it typical for them to do merit similar to we do, or they just do COLA, or?
I don't know, honestly. I think they typically do just a COLA.
So how does our merit then factor into this?
So if you adjust the merit, so the merit, it doesn't compound year to year. It's
Correct.
based off their total salary. So if you take away the merit this year and you give them a 3% COLA, you're not giving them 3% because that merit was factored into their salary last year, their total salary. It's not their hourly rate, it's their total salary. So if you take away the merit, you're not giving them, and you only give them a 3% COLA, you're not giving them a full 3% because you've reduced their salary by their 2% merit, if that makes sense.
So is the merit just an automatic thing?
The merit, well, I mean, it's not automatic. They have to earn it. But
What
it's
do we know
based
what
on their evaluation.
do we know what percentage of people get full merits?
I don't, I would have to ask HR that. I'm sure it's quite a large percentage, but I don't know offhand how many.
To go back to what Commissioner Hefner said 2 years ago, maybe it was 3. I apologize for just throwing out the year, but you had stated about KPIs, key performance indicators, and that still sticks with me about making sure every department has goals, they meet their goals in order to get their merit. Are we tracking that? I guess that's a city manager, and now, but are we tracking that?
Sorry, Mayor. Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, each department head does performance evaluations every year. So yes, and their middle managers and other people are doing evaluating their people as well. And they all get 3 goals and objectives as well.
Okay.
In our department, I can't speak for the others, but I think we had about 25% that did not get a full merit last year. Roughly, I think it was close to 20 personnel that did not get a full merit for performance reasons.
Yeah. Sorry, it's always sitting down with you, but you're talking about adding positions and we're trying to figure out how the budget goes. So, okay. Thanks, Chief.
All right. Any other questions for Chief?
Thank you.
Get off the hot seat.
Next is Chief Chandler with the PD budget, and that starts on page 33. And then he will also cover drug fund, which is on page 60.
What was the first page? I'm sorry.
33.
33 and then 60. Thank you so much.
All right, commissioners, thank you all for your time today. I could go through line by line in the budget, but I really just want to give you a true overview of the police department, where we stand. I keep y'all regularly updated about the continued successes that we have from y'all continued investments. And to me, those continued investments continue to lead to efficiencies in our agency. Most recently was the re-review of our strategic growth plan, where based on our call volume, based on our reports, based on our crime, it showed us having to hire 4 to 6 officers per year to keep up with that level of impact in our city. Since our crime has continued to drop, since our call volume remains fairly flat, that now is just 2 officers per year to maintain our current levels of service that we have in the community. I do know one of our 2 of our police officer positions were cut. That does cause me concern. I understand what we're dealing with within a city, but we are still a growing city, a still growing police department. Our call volume is slightly going up 0.5%. And what I notice is more development on Goldenberg Gateway that is coming online. And that's why I requested the 2 officers, truly looking at our data to maintain our level of service in the community. I would love to have those police officer positions back. But overall, our community, our police department, we are rocking and rolling, moving forward in a very positive way. Again, those investments in the technology that we have, what we're able to do and be a strong deterrent to crime, since our biggest risk is outside criminals coming into the city. We have to work really hard about being proactive. Recent numbers that I looked at comparing ourselves to other agencies, your police officers here generate 48% of the proactive crime. The next city below us is the city of Gallatin at 37%. City of Nashville is 10% on their level of proactivity. So when I look at our team, we have fewer officers per capita than most agencies around us, but they're working almost quadruple what other cities that have way more police officers have. Truly off being proactive and getting after it every day to protect everyone in this community. But I'm not too worried about the per capita number, because I think if I came in front of you and said I needed 40 more police officers, that impact on our taxpayers would be absolutely huge. And what we continue to look at is it being efficient, and is what we are doing working. And right now, looking at all the data and looking at the trends, what we do in this community works, and we're able to be efficient and save money. And by changing that strategic growth plan over a 5-year period, it saved us about $6 million. Because if we have to hire more officers, it's training, it's equipment, it's personnel costs that are impacted by hiring more officers. And I'm just grateful that crime remains down. I'm grateful for a strong team that gets after it every day and works hard. Going through the budget, you'll notice that we've asked to increase our communications supervisor to a director level pay. This is simply because she continues to take on the burden of more personnel. When we look at the chain of command and its personnel related to staffing in there, that staff has to keep growing with our impact with police dispatch, but really largely to the fire and EMS dispatching. We're having to continue to increase staffing in our dispatch center. With that additional staffing comes more responsibility, and she truly just needs to be compensated for that level of responsibility that she has. But again, asking for 3 other dispatchers in that unit. That's needed to take our unit to 12-hour shifts. Right now they work 8-hour shifts, but to ensure that we have adequate coverage at every hour of the day, 12 hours is necessary, but it also helps us align what we do with our drone as a first responder program, and that allows us to ensure a pilot is working at all times in that center to ensure the drone can be launched when it needs to launch during the day, no matter what time of the day. The other position is the evidence clerk for the Freedom of Information Act request. I know this request originally filtered through HR. HR has a huge need with it, but we looked at the amount of requests that come in for that, and it's majority police. So instead of adding that position in HR, we're going to add that position within the police department just so they can do other things beyond just what HR would cover. They'll be able to help out in evidence with their workloads, but also mainly handle the Freedom of Information Act requests that come through. We're also going to be accredited next year, and so one of our accreditation manager, a small number in there to move them up to accreditation manager to sergeant pay rather than the corporal pay that he's currently making. But overall, with our operating budget, there's an increase of about 200,000, $300,000, but really that is because what has been added to that operating is 140 of that is with the mental health co-responder staff clinician that we had to move into the operating budget under contractual services. That really came out of personnel. A lot of different lines were reduced, but working with City Hall, of course, I would love to have it back, but I understand the situation that we're in, and we're going to continue our level of service regardless. The other increase as well is a Safe City program. With the first year of Safe City, it was around $189,000. That's moving to about $300,000. That's due to the drone as a first responder coming online. We've worked through all the different planning phases, the engineering phases, all the different studies to get us to this point. And the first drone will be installed at Station 3 at the end of this month. And then in October, the second drone will be installed on top of our facility at police headquarters. But that's truly just how that scale of program continues to work with our Safe City program. Also includes our license plate readers, Live 911, and the PTZ cameras at all the different intersections. But again, I'll reflect back on this technology. It's a true deterrent to keeping criminals out of our community. You have those who come here, but ever since we implemented these programs, that's when our crime numbers started to drop significantly. And our community is much more protected today than it was many, many years ago. I can think back to 2007 when I was on patrol, we averaged about 12 vehicle burglaries per month. Just in the first 4 months of this year, we've only averaged 1 vehicle burglary per month. Shoplifting remains down significantly. Theft remains down significantly. And we're even getting in a situation where it's harder for our officers to find proactive arrests. The criminals simply are not coming here. They're avoiding our city. By the research that we do over social media conversations and different intelligence that we have, they talk about our city. They talk about not coming here, and that's exactly what we want to see. Every time I see a situation where there's a victim in our community, someone's hurt either physically, financially, right, or emotionally, and we're doing everything we can to prevent that. And today, we have less victims in our community. Our population has continued to rise, but the numbers of crime are not rising, right? So then you add that to a rate. The rate continues to drop significantly here. But what we're doing is working. We get constant feedback from other agencies, from other chiefs, wanting to know how we do it. They're shocked when we tell them how many police officers we have for a city that we have. Obviously, they're envy to our technology, and they wish they had the same support that y'all give us every day to protect this city. But they're shocked by how we do it, because we really, truly do it with so much less than what other resources that they have in other communities. We are next to some of the highest crime rates in the city of Nashville, with Antioch and Hermitage right next to our borders. We have a major interstate running through town, and we have a very large shopping area. So that obviously generates crime. But when you work hard to be a strong deterrent, we see that crime lowering significantly. Other changes that I've implemented since becoming chief of police was I removed all of our task force officers. So we had 2 task force officers. They worked outside the city on our DEA and also on the Homeland Security Child Sex Abuse Task Force. I would put them back within headquarters to ensure that we had using our personnel directly benefiting the city of Mount Juliet every day. I've also realigned personnel. Since our crime is not as much, we have less investigations, right? So I've been able to move personnel out of investigations or not fill investigative seats within different areas of the department where we truly did have a need. And it's just looking at how we can look at personnel and how can we move them around more efficiently. I've also expanded our flex teams. So our flex teams work during peak hours of the day, which is 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. During those times of day, our call for service volume is almost triple than it is from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. So we have more officers on the street every day when we have more call volume every day. And those flex officers work in our mall areas. So the huge success that you've seen with large theft interceptions, those are your flex team out there every day making those arrests. The large warrant arrests that you see every day, those are our flex team officers working out there. And those are proactive officers that are not tasked with calls for service. They generate their own calls for service every day through their work. And they're doing a very good job with what they do. So it's looking at personnel and how can we align that to be more efficient. And that's why I truly hope we can get 2 of those bodies added back in, just so we can stay with our strategic plan after it was readjusted from 4 to 6 per year to 2 per year.
Chief, and I apologize for not saying it to our other chief, but we thank you both for everything you guys are doing. It's amazing to see the technology as well as all the social media. I mean, we can't put any more feathers in y'all's caps because it's just a great job. But so to go back to the technology side of things again, because there's a cost there, right, with the drones and the advancement. So obviously they're not implemented yet. Is it going to be all both drones are going to be implemented this summer, or do we have a timeline on that first of all?
Yeah, so at the end of this month is our first installation on Station 3. We chose that location first because our call volume is the highest around Providence Marketplace. The second location will be on top of headquarters, and that will come in about August to October.
Okay. And then from that point right there, so when we start looking at, the operations of those drones, do we have staff that's going to be manning those, or is that going to be AI?
No, it's definitely not AI. We do have to monitor the drone system through a pilot, Part 107 pilot, and it's through our dispatch center. That's another level of efficiency that we have. A lot of agencies that start drone as a first responder program create a whole different unit called a real-time intelligence operations center. But since we do our own dispatching in-house, we have civilians who are there. They're capable, and they have the intelligence to learn and fly the drone. So we've integrated them just to be more multi-purpose in what they do. So not only do they do police, fire, medical dispatching, right? They also monitor all of our technology, LPR, fly the drone system as well, and also we'll start doing more crime analyst type work for our officers in the field. Where we are successful as a department is truly being proactive and being out there every day and supporting the officers on the ground every day. And that's why having them integrated within our dispatch center that works 24/7, they're always there to support our team out there in the field.
And that's these 2 dispatchers that you have added this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, we added 2 advanced operator dispatchers last year, right? Now we're adding 2 more, and that gives us the 4 pilots to work the 12-hour shifts.
Okay.
And of course, we're cross-training our other dispatchers as well. Any dispatcher who wants to truly learn how to fly the drone, we're allowing them to go to training learn how to fly the drone. It's only a $300 investment per personnel member. So that's the training, and that's also taking the test to be certified to fly the device.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Oh, it's pretty straightforward flying it over California.
They do have a parachute, which is nice to know as well.
That's a good point.
That's the one question I have. Well, do they fall out of the sky? And they do fall out of the sky at times. Thank goodness that they have parachutes. But going just through the list down to our capital expenditures, simple replacement of vehicles, only 6 this year. It is a lower year for vehicle replacements. Of course, every year before I submit how many vehicles we need, I look at the current condition of our vehicles and the projected miles that they'll be at. We typically, it ranges depending on the health of the vehicle, the type of vehicle, but most of our Ford Explorers, they miles out around 130. I had one get to 160 recently. So it just depends on the health of the car. We don't get rid of cars simply because of miles. It's truly mechanically, is it done? And it's done, and we're just done with it, right? We try to push them as far as we can with what we have. Going through is in our drug fund, we moved over a tactical rescue vehicle replacement. That is an armored vehicle. Right now, we're operating out of what's called a MRAP. It is a military vehicle. It's about the size of a dump truck. Some of you have seen it. It can only fit 4 personnel in it. And it was deployed out to Desert Storm. When it was done at Desert Storm, we got it off military surplus for free. It has its issues. It can't really be maintained by our city shop. We have to take it to the National Guard Armory for repairs on it, but it's big. And we've damaged some roadways with it. We've damaged some driveways with it. We really just need something more unique to a modern police department, which is a simple armored vehicle that's more the size that can be driven anywhere in our community. What made me add this request in was the recent response to the threats at West Wilson Middle School. We cannot drive that MRAP down parking lots easily. And if there was a threat at one of our schools with a lot of vehicles in the parking lot, the armored vehicle like an MRAP would just be difficult to drive through there. And having something smaller, more tactical available for quick deployment, that's why that armored vehicle request is here. It's not in the general fund. It is in our drug fund, where we have about $715,000 in the bank for the drug fund. And out of that drug fund, I can spend just one-time cost. It can't be anything that's reoccurring.
What was the cost of this vehicle?
$475.
Yeah, $475.
I was making sure I was reading that correct.
Yeah, it's definitely not a cheap vehicle, but those type vehicles will last us 20 plus years. And thankfully, with the new addition to our headquarters, we have a garage to put it in. So it's not going to be sitting out in the sun, baking away and dying. It'll be parked in a garage and will be maintained for many, many years to come.
So it'd probably be cost neutral for the insurance for the big vehicle that we currently are destroying people's roadways and so forth versus this one, correct?
I would say there's a lot less liability with the new vehicle.
Okay. How about equipment on that? Is that going to be, is that a one-time cost if you can be able to take out the drug fund as well?
Yes. So all that number that you see it is equipped.
Oh, that's
what it
including
is.
equipment
Yes.
for $450. Okay. If we can get extra drone in there for that one.
450, you could.
The other thing that
475.
Deputy City Manager Mullins reminded me was our MRAP vehicle does require 2 people to operate, and it typically requires an escort as well when it travels through the city. This other vehicle is much smaller. It's on like a Ford F-250 type frame. It's that type of size, but it looks just like a larger armored type SUV rather than the armored dump truck driving down the road.
That is pretty cool, though. It is.
It looks cool, but it's not ideal
I
by
get
any
it.
means. Yeah.
I get it. It's safer, though, than probably most vehicles, right?
No, not
No?
really. I would say getting up and out of it is hard. It's high off the ground. It's difficult for our team to deploy out of it.
Gotcha.
Having something that's meant from a suburban police department to deploy out of, rather than driving through war zones, looking out for mines, the other option is much better for us.
Gotcha.
How often did we actually use it, deploy it in the
Sure.
last couple of years?
Yeah, so we can't deploy it as often as we would like to, just because of the size of it and depending on where we needed to deploy it at. but it would be used much more often than the existing one would be deployed. But to give you an example on how many times we could have deployed it this year, probably around 20. Could have,
But didn't.
but did not. We only deployed it probably around 5 times this year.
Okay.
And the most recent thing, which really just caught my attention, was the fact that our SRT team had a difficult time deploying it at the school. And that's one of our biggest threats in our community are large populated buildings, schools, and our warehouses. They have a lot of parking lots, a lot of skinny parking lots, and getting that thing up to the front door or maneuvering around other parts of the building is necessary.
How many officers fit in the new one?
12.
12 in one vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Yeah, it's basically just an armored personnel carrier to get you close.
Wow. That's a big chunk out of the drug fund. So I take it you have a lot of faith in the need in this.
I do. And we've continued to talk with our team, but again, our special response team continues to get better and better and more prepared with us. Now they have to pass certain physical fitness requirements. We put a lot more standards in place for them to get better and better in their training requirements. So they have shown the ability to be a Class A team, and they need this level of equipment for it. But even on the basics of it, if I have a police officer shot and needs to be rescued, and there's an active shooter that continues to shoot, any officer can grab this armored vehicle and drive it to the scene to rescue that downed officer who could be pinned down. Not anyone can drive the MRAP.
That's enough in itself.
I saw an $8,000 capital expense for repairs on seized vehicles.
Yes, sir. So recently we have seized 4 vehicles. We've got back into focusing on local drug dealers in our community who are operating, and they have vehicles that don't have liens on them. We have taken those vehicles. And then so they do require some level of repair, but it allows us to not have to purchase undercover vehicles.
Oh, so we're using this,
We use them. Yes, sir.
you're reusing them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I would be glad to get more in depth offline about what
Yeah,
type of cars they are. I just don't want to let the criminal community know what our
I just,
undercover teams
okay, I
drive
just
around.
wasn't, I wanted to make sure we weren't repairing vehicles that we had seized
Oh,
and
yeah,
tore
no,
up.
sir.
Oh,
Th-
I
these
follow
are-
you. I
yeah,
follow you.
I got
Bill.
These are vehicles that
If
we
we're
have
using them,
seized,
great. If
from
we're
drug
not, like,
dealers.
fixing them because we seized them.
and they are now our property that we use.
Okay.
Well, we got 40 officers per shift that's out there, so we got to have coverage, right? So,
Okay, I got it. We're good.
Vice Mayor is joking. We do not have 40
hey,
out there working.
citizens don't need to know. Listen,
Right, there you
Uh,
go.
That was for the
yesterday-
recording.
yeah, I was going to say,
This is live.
yeah. Well, just yesterday, somebody had said, do we have 65 officers per shift? I said, it's about that number. So it was good to see that that's the presence that people think.
And that's just the culture we implement. We want our police officers to be visible, and they don't go park behind buildings and hide. They truly need to be visible. Anytime we have an officer that's visible out there on the street, it's a deterrent to crime.
Oh, yeah, I believe it. It's a good number, though. When somebody threw out a number, 65 officers per shift, I was like, that's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's good presence. So thank you.
Absolutely. So that's the overall on the general police department budget. Any direct questions on that? Get to animal control. Also in the drug fund is a new patrol canine to bring our canines to 3. Typically, you've seen we've had either one down or one hurt. There's been times when we have not had canines available to assist us. This will ensure us that we do have another opportunity to have one of our canines available. I'm not having to ask for a vehicle for this. We do have a vehicle already equipped for another canine, and it's simply that cost there out of the drug fund. Jumping to the public safety communications budget, this is a new generated department budget that Dana helped us with because a lot of the police department budget was supporting all communications within the city, all communications infrastructure. And so now this truly captures what are we spending on the combined police, fire, IT, city communications budget related to our infrastructure. So the communication services was basically just pull it out of police, stick it in this budget here. But the data processing services, you see our CAD system, which supports everything within the city, police, fire, EMS. Chief Folks mentioned how we asked for a CAD replacement. This is truly based on the needs of fire and medical where they need it. I don't disagree if he's trying to achieve the goals he's trying to achieve, that they do need this new CAD system for our dispatch center to meet those goals. There are benefits to us as a police department, but we can continue to get by with the eForce CAD system that we have today. But with the Motorola FlexCAD, with what fire is trying to achieve, I do believe it can end up being a necessity to meet those goals of the fire and EMS service to ensure that calls are dispatched automatically, but also achieve the location-based dispatching that Chief Folks is wanting to achieve with his department. The tower upgrades that you see, we recently did a review with Metro Nashville IT, police, fire needs related to our communications infrastructure. Our current infrastructure is 15 years old, which is about end of life for the system, and will not be supported with the system in 2030. The overall cost impact is $10 million. So we had conversations with City Hall about how they would want to approach this. Do they want to do a bond and buy it all at once, or can we do it in phased expenditures? And we chose the phased expenditure. So we took the most important need first, which was the tower infrastructure, and that's at $2.9 million, and that is what you see in the budget today. But there'll be another request next year and another request the year after to get us in eventual compliance with what Metro Nashville is attempting to achieve, but they are changing the level of encryption that the radios need to communicate on. We don't have that level of encryption in ours, so we will eventually need to upgrade our mobile devices, our portable devices that we carry on our person to meet that level of encryption, and also our tower sites. With the direct tower upgrade you see here today, though, it gives us more talk paths. Today, we only have 4 talk paths, meaning that on our system-wide, there can only be 4 conversations taking place at once. With the additional services that police are doing, with additional services that our fire and EMS are doing, you have to have multiple talk paths, and so this increases it from 4 to about 16 talk paths. We will also integrate other agencies that are not easily interoperable with us permanently on the system, with WEMA, with Lebanon, with Tennessee Highway Patrol, with some other state agencies, getting them quickly integrated into our system where it's a flip of the switch to talk to them rather than changing it system-wide, trying to talk with them. It gets very technical. But the tower upgrades also get connectivity as well to take us off the issues where we've had data lines failing. We've lost communications at both tower sites. It makes all the tower sites geo-redundant, which means they can operate independently of each other. So if we have one go down, it doesn't take all of them down. Today, if one goes down, they all go down, and we can lose communication pretty quickly.
How often does that happen?
It depends. Not
Has it ever gone down?
It has. Yeah, it has. It went down last week. I would say 4 times a month. Sometimes it's a long time. Sometimes it's a very quick time. But there are probably, and Adam may have to elaborate, but maybe 5 different providers that get our connection from our radio tower to the core, which is in Metro Nashville. And if any point in time that line goes down, we could lose connectivity. And our people can still talk, but it's in a very archaic way of communicating. We lose all of our other channels. We all isolate to one channel. It sends our smart system to a dumb environment, basically, where it's just basic 2-way communication rather than a trunked type system.
Would this eliminate the need for additional radios I believe if I'm correct, in the car, you'll have an additional radio to communicate with WEMA.
Yeah, I believe so. That eliminates the need for us for sure. I would assume the same for the fire department as well. Because instead of going to the other radio, they're just changing the channel on their system.
Okay. What's the total cost?
For the overall project, near $10 million.
Does that include the radios? It's another
Yes.
10. That does include the radios?
That includes the radios. But the looking at Metro's timeline, the radios and such would not need to be upgraded for about 3 to 4 years. So we have some time with that. Obviously, equipment will be more expensive in 3 to 4 years. But just in the budget today is just the tower upgrade at 2.9 million, not the overall upgrade that's needed within 3 to 5 years.
So quick question. So last year, I believe around budget time, there was a discussion about that tower that was going to be installed. Unfortunately, I think it was voted down because we couldn't find a good place for it. Was that going to be part of this cost, or was that a separate project?
So what we've learned with the building after that tower project failed on our property is we do need a tower site at our headquarters. I believe they're going to achieve that with a much smaller type of tower. It's not going to be a large cell phone type tower like you see because we have to get so many feet up above the tree cover to get a good line of sight to Metro, to our tower sites to keep that connectivity in.
Is it possible to do it at the fire station 3 because we got that extra land back there, or is that even not an option?
No, it'll need to be at our headquarters
It would be.
because that's where the dispatch center is.
Okay. All right.
I got a question on that. How far does that have to be from the building?
The tower site, so they've looked at, it could have gone on top of our current building.
Okay.
With the engineering loads, they decided, let's not risk it. So it would need to be a standalone tower away from the building. But there's options on our property to put that. It's nowhere near significant as a cell phone tower looks.
Okay.
If we were going from 4 to 16, it's a talk pass, excuse me. Is that going to take more dispatch people in the future?
No, sir, not at all.
It just opens up the
Because a
line
lot of
for,
these conversations are taking place without the dispatcher being involved.
okay. All right. And that's part of the new technology as well. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
The city court's pretty flat. Police headquarters, you notice, has went up just with the new building and all the costs involved with that. And of course, animal control overall remains very flat. We're just asking to have one of the frozen positions added back within the budget. Right now, they operate at 3. We had one dispatcher who has been out on workman's comp for a long time, and so they've been operating with 2. Operating with 2 is very dangerous in there. They have to truly have more, and to ensure adequate staffing, we just need 4 in our animal control environment.
Quick question. So, because I know there's a line item in there for a maintenance, and I know with the new police department that, that maintenance technician through the city, is that an opportunity where we can save of not having these other contracts with our ABC Mechanical, whoever they are? Would that be an option? Because again, I'm thinking towards the warranty items, right, for your building along with the fire stations. That could be a cost saving. So is that something that you guys, would that be under partial your budget or would that be split upon?
I guess it depends on
How would that look?
how many buildings this person's going to serve, right? But looking at just our building alone, we're still running under a lot of warranties that may go up to 3 years.
Yeah.
And our current maintenance cost is through Total Group around 15,000. I just don't think it supports adding a position yet. I do think maybe next couple of years the city needs to evaluate that and see if it is worth a savings to add a position to handle maintenance across the city.
Well,
But
the
I
reason why
have staff internally handling it.
Well, the reason why I say that is because when you're dealing with warranty, that means you have the ability to have the installer come out and, in a sense, cross-train that employee to be able to get familiar with some of that technical equipment, because that is site-specific equipment that could be a little bit of a learning curve if you bring somebody in at the end of the warranty period. That's what I was looking at. So again, and if it's something that can be shared amongst the other departments with newer buildings and also still following the warranty side of things, there could be some opportunity for cross-training as well as us getting out of these other contracts that we just keep renewing every year that are, let's just say, very low maintenance items, you know what I mean? So I didn't know if that was an option that you guys had looked at. So it'd be something that I would definitely want to see if that be a cost savings.
Yeah, I think the biggest, like with us, for maintenance is cleaning service. I'd love to have an in-house janitor every day,
Mhm.
you know, because our cleaning service that's in our budget is 82.5.
That's a full-time employee, really.
You know, so if it's more cost effective to hire a janitor,
Two part-timers.
I'd much rather have that opportunity in-house. Or if it's a full-time employee across the whole city, right, that cleans all the different buildings. I don't know what the overall,
We have to look at that in the past and do the experts. That was one of the things that in the contract that that's what we'll look at, pre-bidding and then for getting our needs assessment done, what all the actions. We're still in the contract.
When is that contract up?
I want to say it's in the fall. March, February.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
everyone good?
All right.
Again, I know you stated at the beginning, Vice Mayor, about the support y'all give us and all the feathers you put in our cap. We don't take it lightly. We're going to work hard every day to maintain the support of y'all, but also our community, right? It's our community that have our back every day and allow our officers to do the job that they do every day to protect this city. But there's no doubt in my mind that each one of y'all that sit up here today support your police officers, and we're grateful for that. I know y'all have a hard job to do, managing the overall city budget, but we're so grateful for the support that you give us every day. Thank y'all.
Thank you. You know, if there's no objection, I'm gonna recommend a 15-minute recess. Hearing none, we'll reconvene in 15 minutes.
Would you like a piece of candy? Mayor.
And we'll call this meeting back to order. Ms. Hire, who we have IT next.
IT starts on page 31.
31.
Y'all don't have any questions left over from emergency comms or anything? Fair enough. So our 200 contract services went up a little bit. Kind of the drivers of that were we're adding $21,000 for ADA compliance on all of our sites. To be fully compliant, we're going to end up being about a year early, which is better to be a year early than exactly on time. As I understand the ADA compliance moving forward, like day one, somebody could hit us and we'd be responsible for paying that. Right now, as the law kind of exists, that's not the case. So whenever that comes into effect, I think it comes into effect now 2028 for us. So this will make us fully compliant, all files, built PDF, all that'll work. Also, we're trying to finish up PD scanning this year. Turns out we have more documents than we anticipated. So that's causing that cost to go up by about 60 grand to finish up. But this will be the last year for scanning. There might be, some little cleanup, but it won't be near the cost. This is up 60 grand from last year's spend.
How many years is this for that?
I think this is the 5th year, maybe the 4th. I have down the year 4.
And what was the projected cost initially when we started this project? Do you remember?
I do not.
Because I thought for some reason 180,000 sticking in my head.
And it averaged about that up until this year. This year we're at 220. Last year we were at 160. But they're quite a bit of documents to get scanned in.
And this is last year?
It should be the last year. Like I said, there may be some cleanup departments that are nowhere near the volume. Maybe we'll have 30, 40 grand or something like that. But we're trying to get it basically everything but cleanup done this year. And then most of the other lines have stayed about the same. Add a little bit to meals to do quarterly lunch and learn for staff. Make sure we're doing training on cybersecurity, how to use the tools. Try to get people in front of training. 314 went up a little bit. Mainly due to 4 or 5 components, but the key drivers were we're going to add MDM for mobile devices, and then we're going to a different product for email, social media archiving, things like that. And so we don't have to look in 5 places, we can look at 1. And a better system to make sure those FOIA requests are accurate and easy for staff to pull off rather than a bunch of different hands. I believe our comms line, what's that, 250. 245 stayed about the same, went up maybe just a little bit. We should see a savings with a new state contract, but I don't have those numbers yet. They're estimating about 30 grand across the year that we'll save, but other contracts will also renew on out of the same line. So I imagine we'll stay close to neutral, maybe save just a little bit. And y'all have any questions on operating? Yes, sir.
Not a question per se on the budget, but how are other municipalities leveraging AI technology to help eliminate or reduce expenses and
In our
process
area,
improvement?
in our area so far, most are going through limited trials. The concern is data governance. What all do you give it access to? How do you make sure it's not sharing that data? For instance, OpenAI, which is kind of one of the more popular ones, you have to reach a certain license level to where you can say, hey, this data stays in the United States, doesn't get landed in, some of their other data centers, wherever they might be. So I think that's like 80 or 100 users a month. So it's pretty big spend.
But there are municipalities that are starting to look at
Um,
using it in some capacity. I'd be curious to see how
in
they're.
Wilson County, I don't think anybody in Wilson County has went through a live program. Not that I've spoken to. Now there are others in the state, I'm sure, Nashville, I'm sure. The state is gonna, I forget the name or title, but she's over the AI initiative. Talked to her on different tools, but we're looking at maybe deploying OpenAI in a more limited, 20 to 30 user license. We won't be quite big enough to where I can just let it loose.
Right.
Because we won't be able to guarantee where it's landing.
What would be the use case?
Basically just whichever users think they can, bring its tool to bear. But the other concern I have is having people know how to use the tool.
Mhm.
So how to write a good prompt, how to get their data back out. But OpenAI is pretty powerful. There are, of course, lots of different ways to go. But it looks to be maybe the way to at least trial out.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
Okay, question.
Yeah, Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, on 314, how did we come down about 100,000 than what they had requested on the software subscriptions? I guess that's for you. I don't know. It's because it's under the manager, city manager.
Where are you at? What page?
Line 314 on page 31.
That, a lot of that's gonna be different data collections. We had with a system that collected an additional amount of software that we chose not to due to the cost associated with it, to not collect that at this point in time.
But we can still run it so efficiently as we
Yes.
do. Okay. Okay. Very good for catching that. Staff. Okay.
Anything else?
Is it, obviously, I mean, because I was actually talking about the AI with safety, because I know some of their prompts that is going to help out, so we don't have to try and reinvent the wheel on some of these programs that they're trying to implement. But did we ever find out if the state is implementing it? Because we could potentially piggyback off of those, correct? Is the meeting canceled? Okay.
So,
Sorry, he's breaking something up.
so I did ask the state, I can't remember her exact title, but the state AI person.
Yeah.
And there is not yet a statewide contract with any of those, especially at our license level. Maybe like Nashville or somebody like that might be able to buy on a state contract, but I think there's a minimum number of users. Her recommendation to me was to buy the business license level. If we had 200 users, maybe you'd benefit with contract level, but there's not yet a state bid or anything like that.
Okay.
Do you have any existing entitlements under your Office 365 subscriptions with Copilot?
We have 5, not entitlements like included. No.
Just
Our
the basics?
license level is that's a a la carte. We have, I think, 10. It might be 5. We have very few because we trialed it and it's just not very powerful. As you might know.
Yeah, I won't make any comments on that.
Yeah, it's been underwhelming with its ability. unfortunately.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we'll review Public Works budget with Matt White. That budget starts on page 49, and then he'll cover State Street 8 on 59 and the capital projects budget on page 62.
We start on 49.
49 through 53.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I also placed a packet on each one of your spots. Covers the highlights of my department. I'm not going to go line by line, so I'm just going to cover some of the highlights from our proposed budget this year. If you see on the first table, that's our operating cost compared to the current budget versus the proposed budget. This year, we're proposing to reduce our operating cost by $259,000 this year. This is the second year in a row I'm cutting costs. Sorry. The second year in a row, I've figured out a way to cut cost. The next table is our personnel and operating costs combined, and I'm showing a net reduction of around $275,000 this year. My personnel request, I'm not requesting any new positions or employees this year. One request that I did have is so we did the pay rate study earlier this year. One of my requests is to bring my positions up to the average of that pay rate study. This was denied by the city manager's office. Another request that I have, this was kind of a late add because one of my employees just got their CDL license and they have the years of service to qualify for promotion to right-of-way operator. And so we've added that into the budget. That's an increase of $5,130.
That's on your changes sheet.
So he just got the CDL 2 weeks ago, so he now qualifies for that position. So I've added that in.
How many vehicles do we have that he would be driving?
Do what?
How many vehicles do we have that he'd be driving?
It's pieces of equipment like backhoes and things like a grapple truck, for instance, bigger types of pieces of equipment that require CDL.
Perfect.
Question for Ms. Howard. This summary of changes to the budget, these are going to be placed in the budget for first reading automatically?
Yes.
Okay.
Where is that? The one we had at the beginning?
Mhm.
Okay.
So if the requested pay rate adjustments were approved by the BOC, Public Works would still have a reduction of operating and personnel costs of $140,000. Most of my positions are, when you compare the top out rate currently versus the top out rate from the pay rate study, most of my positions are in the 10 to 17% below average range. So that's why I'm requesting that they get paid what the other 10 cities around it are getting paid. And so I just ask that you reward departments who are cutting costs. And so I ask if you could pass an amendment on first or second reading to approve those pay rates. I really appreciate it. I have a really great team of guys, and I want to retain them the best I can. So that's why I'm asking for that. If you go to the next sheet on my packet that I gave you, looking at capital cost items, this doesn't include our capital transportation projects. It's just other capital cost items for Public Works, showing a net reduction of $745,000 this year. Public Works did request a new salt plow truck to replace our Hino truck, and that cost is around $400,000. This request was denied by the city manager's office. So one thing I wanted to point out, the lead time on this truck is 18 months. So we wouldn't be spending the money in this next budget, but we need the money in the budget to make the purchase order. So even if you approved it, we wouldn't be spending the money yet until the next budget after that. If the truck is not approved, that means we'll be stuck with our Hino truck for 2 more winter seasons. And I'm not quite sure it's going to make it. I have Toby here who's going to come up and give you more information on the existing Hino truck versus the new truck we're asking for this year. If it doesn't get into this budget and we have to use the Hino 2 more years, like I said, I don't know if it'll make it. And then if it does, then we have to reduce the number of streets we treat during a winter storm. The other thing is this new truck we're looking for, it's multi-purpose. So it's not only going to be used during winter, it's a swap loader. So you can swap out the beds for different types of uses, like a dump truck and Toby will explain that. So I'll turn it over to Toby. Then the next 3 sheets in your packet are kind of information on that truck and some pictures of the existing one that's pretty rusted out.
So the truck we want to replace is a 2014. It's been a salt truck all of its life. We actually went in this year and recoated the frame and everything on it, but salt eats metal. And this is the truck we use for our bigger roads, Mount Juliet Road, Golden Bear, Belinda City Parkway. So if it was to go down, it would be a major impact to our salt and ice operations. And really what the new truck brings to the table is a technology that we don't have. With GPS tracking and the ability to spread salt by GPS, we can go in and set our rates. And if I drive 15 and if you drive 40, it still puts out the same amount of salt we need to be put out. The stuff that we have now is we turn the knobs to 3 and 3, and hopefully everybody drives 15. And the same way with the brine, this would give us an additional brine truck. This truck, most our 2 brine trucks now are just gravity fed. They just brine right behind the truck. This truck would actually have spray nozzles. So as you're like going down Golden Bear and you get to a turning lane, you flip that on and it will coat that lane as you go by. So like I said, this would take about 18 months to get in, just for the fact of getting the truck and getting up. If y'all have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them.
Yeah, question. So the new truck, are we going to get it, I guess, sealed up under there?
They do not make such a creature.
They don't?
But one advantage of the swap loader is because I can take the bed off of it, or anybody can, it just sets off. It does help the cleaning tremendously. Both of our brine trucks are swap loader trucks. So being able to set the bed off and being able to get up under the frame and clean it does make a big difference.
Gotcha. And then with the truck being 1,600, with it being double axle, it looks like it can carry more, I'm assuming?
Yes, the truck that we currently have now is a little single axle truck.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner.
How many miles on this truck?
I looked at the hours. I didn't look at the miles. It had about 1,300 hours.
1,300 hours on the engine?
Yes.
It's 2016?
14.
Doesn't seem like a lot, but
It's not the fact that the truck doesn't have like worn out, burning oil, all that stuff. It's a rust issue.
it's a rust issue because of the salt.
Because of the salt.
And that's mainly in the bed.
The bed, the back hinges, all up under it. Like when you go to work on it, when I went to take some of these pictures, I went back, told my guy, I'm like, hey, we got 2 hydraulic lines we got to replace. They're already cracked and starting to rust.
And it went down several times in this last winter storm event. We had to get it back up and running. So that
What happened to it? Hydraulic line?
Hydraulic line,
lift.
just, I mean, the bad part about salt is you take a piece of equipment that sits for 360 days a year and then you run a marathon with it for 2.5 days. So they naturally just give trouble. But when they start getting to that 10 to 15 years of age, they just get more trouble.
This replacement that you're looking at, this actual swap loader, are we looking at new, or have we looked at used? Is there used?
I have not seen a used salt truck that I would want to buy.
Fair enough. Yeah, I can imagine if they're used.
Yeah, we looked into the state to see if they sell theirs. If there was an opportunity to buy it, they were like, "You don't want ours when we're ready to sell it."
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I got
other questions on that. Move to the next page in the packet I gave you. We'll talk about capital transportation projects. The last page is our capital improvement plan for our transportation projects. Dana showed it earlier. I've made some updates since then. One of the biggest updates is the interchange moved up, so we had to move up our $20 million contribution from 2031 to 2029. But if you look at the capital improvement plan, to do all the projects we're currently working on, we're gonna have to spend 149 million over the next 10 years.
On this page here, before that, the requests.
Yeah.
Budget requests. The last bullet point here, it says requested by Commissioner Mullally, but it says the Belinda Parkway pedestrian signal crossing. Pedestrian signal sidewalk crossing Belinda City Parkway at Ashley Furniture and Taco Bell.
Yeah.
What was the justification? I don't know if it's a question for who's it for.
It's something that came up at BPAC, and
Well, it's like
she-
a sidewalk to nowhere. You're walking down the sidewalk and it just abruptly ends. There's nowhere to go. You can't cross the street. You have no choice but to, where the exit ramp comes, okay, right there. And so you have no choice but to just turn around and go back.
I'm picturing like people that they're trying to carry their tacos to Ashley or take the furniture to Taco Bell, but it's just the sidewalk coming to the end there.
Mhm.
And I guess you'd either have to go across the ramp. Either way would require some crossing signals. What's the cost on that, Matt?
It's in the budget. Well, I got it here too. I'm anticipating 30,000 for design and then 150,000 for the construction.
Ooh, okay.
So about 180 total.
Do we have a design team in-house? I thought we hired somebody, didn't we?
We have an on-call engineering, traffic engineer who's going to be able to design it for us under our on-call contract. So that's what we use.
That's like half a Hino almost.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it looks like FY29 is going to be a big year. So I guess my question is how we're going to fund all these projects. Is there a plan? That's something you'll have to start thinking about, how we're going to fund these projects. Because we're just going to take out a loan for all these, or we're going to reach out to the county, Wilson County, to help pitch in. A lot of our projects benefit both city and county. So,
What kind of commissioner just left?
oh, we had a county commissioner in here.
We did.
Okay. So, new projects we're adding this year. So Spring Valley Drive extension, let me kind of explain that. So, back in the 60s, lots were subdivided on this Spring Valley Drive right away, but they all front like a gravel driveway basically. So there's no road. It's just a gravel driveway in public right away because the county or whoever didn't make them build the road when they subdivided the lots. Now all of a sudden there's everybody that owns one of these lots are wanting to build a house now. So I reached out to the city attorney and asked her who is responsible for paving this now. And she said, she ruled that it was the city's responsibility now. So I've added the money into the budget because these people are wanting to build houses and they don't have a safe road for public emergency services to access the homes.
Where is this at?
Over in
So,
my district.
where Spring Hill Road and Spring Valley Drive meet, there's a little cutoff of right away. I don't have a map to show. Yeah, between Spring Hill Road and Cedar Creek Drive, there's a right of way that connects the two, but it's just a gravel drive.
We could take it out of the city attorney's budget.
Those are fighting words.
Just kidding.
So it's in the county? Or it's
Well,
in-
no, it's in the city now, but when the lots were subdivided along this right of way and the right of way was created, it was done in the 60s. We weren't even a city at that point. So,
How many lots are being built in there?
Shane, do you know? 5 lots.
650,000.
We're just now getting into the engineering on it, so I just threw a number out. We won't have a accurate estimate until we get the engineering done. But
Is there a legal obligation? Why we've got to?
yeah, because these people have the rights to build homes on these lots apparently, and there's not a good road for emergency services to access it. Like if a fire happened or anything, it's just a narrow gravel driveway.
Are these individuals or is it a developer?
No, it's all individual property owners bought these lots at some point, and most of them are wanting to start building. 2 have started construction. 3 are owned by one.
Do we have a time frame that we would have to have it completed? Or could it be in, I mean,
I would hope there's a way we can hold COs until the road's done, because it's not safe for them to not have access to emergency services.
The lots are in the city?
Yeah, they've been in the city since, I don't know when.
We talked to fire marshal and chief folks that temporarily, that whiplash construction, suffice to move them lot. That's not
So we're obligated to provide a paved drive?
Public roadway that's up to our standard, current standard.
it's a street, isn't it? Yeah.
How long is this? How long, roughly?
Say, no, not that
How much
far.
right of way will we have to
Probably
provide to build
500.
this road?
500 feet, maybe 500 to 800 feet, somewhere in there.
Plus a cul-de-sac on the end, sidewalks on both sides, curb and gutter.
No, we wouldn't do sidewalks. I don't think, unless Art does. Dirty look.
But I don't understand.
I heard city standards, so
Why we
I,
wouldn't.
Well, actually, the home builder is supposed to build the sidewalk. Technically.
Could we impose a special tax through the ECC on the, why not? On the property?
When this development went in, it was designated as a road and platted as such. So the city is responsible for city roads. So when we annexed that in, it became our responsibility to take care of it. Really, the road should already be in, really going all the way back to, Matt, when did you say this was done?
Sometime in the 60s.
Yeah, I mean, it should have been required to be built at that time, but obviously that didn't happen. So we've essentially been kind of lucky that we haven't been asked to build the road yet, but someone has come along and now pushed the issue.
So does this have to include curb and gutter, or can we just throw some asphalt in there?
I mean, we can do whatever we want. I think we were just going to do asphalt and then roadside ditches. We're going to do it as cheap as possible.
By millions.
I don't think a fire truck can drive on them.
Pump truck could.
Yeah.
So. Can we require them to put the sidewalk in?
Yeah, I think they have to. Whoever's building the homes has to
Is
meet
that
our
home
standards,
that's
right?
going to be,
This will be under or somebody building codes or chains.
well, I mean,
Well, it's in our. I mean, if it's in our code, you have to put sidewalk along the public right of way, and that's.
but I actually think that in our codes, that is for subdivisions. And is this considered a subdivision?
They were subdivided in the 60s. It may have to meet the code of the time they were subdivided.
Sorry, I did miss that question, but I was going to circle back to what you, Commissioner Giles, what you just asked about requiring them to put the sidewalk in. We don't currently require individual property owners to put
That's right.
sidewalks in. It's for full
So it's not a
developments.
subdivision coming in. New subdivisions, you have to, the way
Correct.
that's written.
These
I
are
thought.
already subdivided pieces of property that are
Uh-huh.
being built.
That would just be like my subdivision down in my area or Clearview or somewhere like that. Yeah.
But we can put sidewalks in if it's the will of the body. But we were trying to do it as cheap as possible because this was kind of just sprung on us. It wasn't planned for. Next project, new project.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
this may be another attorney. If we're going to hold back a CO because the house is done by January because we don't get the road done in time, are we at in any type of legal fault here because of the road's not going to get done for the fire? We're not going to give a CO, and then all of a sudden, let's say that they don't get finished before this time frame. but then they want their CO, they want to move in or they want to sell their house. Can we be,
My recommendation to Matt was to build the road as quickly as possible so we don't run into that issue. I think maybe it was what Shane just said about how we can put something down momentarily that would still work for Ameren.
Binder?
Or fire, yeah.
The riprap construction is not working. We tested with the crew forward. We hold it dump truck. And they're grabbing it.
How are they getting supplies in and out of here to build a house? They got like pack mules to carry the lumber in, or but how are they traveling this?
It was originally gravel. It has since filled in a little bit, I think, based on looking at satellite, but it is somewhat maintained with gravel, I believe.
So it's
Matt, is
a
that correct?
gravel road.
Put it off the southern road, going north.
Cedar Drive.
Mhm.
Guess I need to take a drive of my own to see this.
what is the timeline of getting that road done, Matt?
We just started engineering and survey 1 or 2 months ago. So I expect the design to be done by sometime this summer. And then we can likely start construction this fall, I'd hope. As long as we don't have to acquire any right of way or anything.
Most of the time, the
Otherwise-
county right of way was larger than the city, so we shouldn't.
I think it's only 50, if I remember.
You mean the road itself?
No, the right of way width is 50 feet.
From the center of the road?
Yeah, I mean, just total width of the right of way, 50 feet. But I think we'll be able to fit it in within the right of way. It should be a narrow 2-lane road.
Okay.
Tate Lane standards.
Yeah.
So currently you have it split over 2 budgets. So
Yeah.
you're wanting to combine it into this coming
Yeah,
year's budget?
I really don't know how long engineering is going to take. I expect the construction to span over into the next budget.
But I don't see an engineering, I don't see the blue.
Yeah, because when we got 2 phases happening in the current year, I didn't split the colors.
Oh, okay.
600 is, 650 is not for the riprap and proof rolled.
No.
Okay.
So yeah, FY 27 covers engineering and a little bit of, and some of the construction, then FY 28, the rest of the construction. Well, we may be able to get in the same budget. That's
So the
Still not
2-lane
asking.
road is going to cost $850,000.
Yeah.
For 500 feet.
It's, I have to do a measurement. I don't remember the exact, but it could be 800 feet.
It's 950. Wow.
Other new project is Southeast Springdale sidewalk connection. So the Friends of Mount Juliet BPAC applied for a grant through Piedmont Natural Gas and were awarded $15,000 for this small sidewalk project. This is just going to extend sidewalk from Belinda Parkway across our Will Sellers Park in Belinda City and tie into the trail that currently goes up to Rutland Elementary. So it's a small sidewalk project, but a pretty big impact. It has good connectivity to a park and a school. And so Friends of BPAC saw this as a good small project that they could get a small grant for. So that's in there. For
Who maintains
$15,000.
that trail? Who maintains that trail?
I think that is the school property. Pretty sure.
Okay.
Except for the little piece that goes into our right of way for the road. Another new project is our Safe Streets for All implementation project. So this we recently got a $5.1 million grant for this project. These are low-cost safety improvements to West Division Street, Curd Road, Nonneville Road, Providence Trail, and Sunset Drive. These are things like guardrail, striping, rumble strips, things like that. Sunset Drive does have a little bit of widening to create some wider shoulders, but that's the only road with major construction. And then lastly was the project we talked about earlier that Commissioner Maloney requested for Belinda Parkway pedestrian signal. And that's all I have. You got any other questions on the capital transportation projects or overall budget for public works?
So the interchange moving that 20 million up. So that's construction. It's orange.
Yeah.
Is there any way we could, do you think they won't take it until 29 when the actual
No, we can put it
construction?
in right now so we sent them 5 million already and it's
Right.
sitting in an LGIP account, but it's accruing interest. And then they just draw from that for engineering and right of way costs.
Well, can we split the 20 million over the next 3 budgets? Is that possible?
I don't think we owe the 20 million in the 29 period. Don't owe anything, do we?
No, we put in some money towards right of way in the
Well,
engineering.
that's the 5 million, correct?
Yeah, that's the 5 million.
Okay.
We have a balance.
That's
of
going
20
to
million.
escrow.
It's not on, oh no, I see it. I finally seen it.
I would suggest, I mean, this, to your point, $148 million over the next 10 years. I think we probably need to have a special session for that. Talk about some of these projects and set some priorities and see how this is all gonna
I agree.
get paid,
We need it. Yeah.
paid for. What's our plan?
The 100 million over the next 5. I know it's 148 over the next
Oh, next-
10, but it's 100 million over the next 5.
Thank you. Yeah, I just looked at the total and then the years. But yeah, yes, you're correct.
Yeah,
5 years.
our projects like East Division,
Yeah.
Pleasant Grove, Beckwith Road, they're all going to be starting construction in that FY32 timeframe, FY31 or 32. So between FY29 and FY34, there's going to be a lot of road construction in this town. It's going to be, but we just got to have funding for it to cover. So those projects I mentioned, we're planning to get federal funds for construction. That covers 80%. We're still responsible for the 20%.
So what's on this capital improvement plan is?
It's only city funds.
It's only city funds.
Yeah,
Okay.
doesn't account for the grant funding.
Okay.
So if we got the 80-20, that comes off the total of this, correct? Are you saying this?
No, this is
what's
just our cost
This is 20%
Yeah.
there.
for the construction. Yeah.
On Beckwith Road South, the
Mhm.
2.2 construction, is that the quick
So,
start?
yeah, the quick start. All we're waiting on is the electric poles to be moved.
Any
They're
idea
currently
when they'll
flying.
finish?
Do what?
Any idea when they'll finish?
They said this summer sometime. But they're having to condemn because there's several property owners that wouldn't agree to the
Right.
easements they needed.
All right, and then the rest of it is the actual widening project.
Correct.
One more thing to add before that planned session is on any of these projects, what are the voluntary contributions that are going to pay a portion of some of these? I don't think I just need a total. But like East Division Street, I know we've collected some money from Amazon and from others.
Collected
So-
$7 million from Amazon and then another $1 million recently from Tulsa.
So it just, to
And
show
then-
the right context, because we're just looking at costs. We're not looking at the revenue side. We need to look at the revenue side of this. So if there's some projects, some PUDs, some commercial development that's already been obligated to pay, it'd be good to know what that number is so we can get a true cost to the city.
Yeah, and we have that.
Yeah, we've collected, as of right now, 5.1 million voluntary contributions to go to projects. The projects are Old Lebanon Dirt Road widening, South Mount Juliet Road widening, Central Pike widening, Central Pike interchange, Sunset Drive widening, and Lebanon Road widening. Those are the.
Yeah, I'm not going to
ones.
remember that, but if you could. yeah,
I'll
if
give you a
could
copy.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
But
I
in the
pulled that.
future, the future too, not what's been paid. but what's also
Yeah,
planned.
Shane has those costs because he keeps track of that through the developments he approves.
Yeah.
And so we can definitely
So
get you that.
what we've collected and then what has been
coming, yeah.
approved, that's coming.
Yeah.
Over the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years.
I did have a note here. I wanted to talk about Lebanon Road widening. So it's apparent that TDOT is not going to fund that project anytime soon. It's bad. So the only option is to go after a grant, but at that point, we would be responsible for 20% of the cost of right-of-way and construction. I'm pretty confident I can get a grant to do it. I just want to know y'all's.
From our federal grant?
Yeah.
Would that still involve coordination with TDOT?
They would still have to, yeah, the money would flow from federal through TDOT to us. And we would have to still have a contract. Like all our other grant projects, we have a contract with TDOT. And they would have to review all of our documents and plans and things and approve those, just like any other grant project.
Is this a new grant or is this an old, I mean, is this
No,
similar
it would be a
grant
new.
that we got the 25 million?
No, this would be a grant through GNRC. This wouldn't be directly with FHWA. It's formula funds. It would come from formula funds. Like those are the automatic funds, federal funds
I
that the
guess in the
state gets.
day, I don't really care as long as it's free and it's a grant. We don't have to pay.
Well,
that.
we would have to pay 20 and to do it that
Well,
way.
I mean,
yeah.
we'd have to pay our portion of
Yeah.
it, but not.
What's the estimated total on that project?
My estimate for right-of-way and construction is 60.5 mil. And so 20% is 12.1 million.
With that.
And then we would be responsible for engineering costs as well. We would have to start back on our engineering. So any engineering costs would be 100% of us.
You think that would get us on the 10-year?
Well,
plan?
this route, you're not trying to get the
Skipping
10-year. You're not trying to get on the 10-year plan. But maybe if we get the right of way done, maybe at that point.
We've got about 600,000, I think it was, in developer
so far
contributions earmarked for that.
Yeah.
Big delta.
And we need 14.1 million, roughly.
14 or 12?
12.1 is the match on the right-of-way construction. Then I'm estimating an additional 2 million on engineering.
Okay.
That we would be 100% responsible for.
Just hire an engineer.
It's a lot to it, these projects. I mean, they take 8 to 10 years of engineering work.
We've already got, I thought we had the engineering done.
We have the NEPA approved, which is the environmental document. So we pick up and start, once we start back on the project, we start with developing the right-of-way plans.
NEPA's 2 years.
New NEPA take 2 years, so that saves us 2 years there.
Yeah.
So it's done.
Does that ever expire?
Yes. Expires in 5 years, and you just have to do a re-eval. It's not as extensive as doing it from scratch. Just a recheck of everything.
How much was that?
I don't know. I wouldn't know until we get into a contract with the engineering firm.
No, I mean, what we've already have done, engineering.
How much have we paid?
Yeah.
Right around $1 million.
Okay.
And that got us through the planning document and the NEPA phase. So I'll talk to you individually if on your thoughts on wanting to pursue a grant. So,
I mean, why not, I guess.
I mean, it's going to cost us, what, another 25% more if we wait?
yeah, every year we don't do a project, prices go up.
Yeah.
How much do we need to earmark to pursue the grant? Do we have to bring in any outside firms, or is it can all be handled in-house?
So say that again.
Do we have to earmark monies to do the grant? Like, do we have to bring in outside help to complete that, or do
No.
studies? So it's all in-house?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we would hire an engineering firm to start back on the project. Is that what you're asking? To get
No, I
started back on
didn't.
design?
For the grant.
Yeah, for the
Oh,
grant.
no.
Like when we did the Federal Highway Administration,
Yeah.
at one point was going to have to do a study on the greenhouse emissions from the average
no,
car and then the,
No,
which socioeconomic classes were impacted or all, I don't remember all the stuff that we
No,
were
no,
originally
no.
going to go
We
through
don't have to
before it
do
got
any of that.
streamlined.
No.
And I mean, that just wasn't stuff we could do in-house.
all right, if you are on board, I'll start pursuing grant opportunities. I'm pretty certain I can get money, so we'll see.
Well, if it's
There's no
based,
guarantee, but I'll
if
do my
it's
best.
based on need, I'm just amazed that it doesn't make the 10-year plan
Me too.
based on,
And maybe we get through right away and then the project's shovel ready and then CDOT says, all right, we'll fund the construction. Who knows?
Do you
Can
know how
happen.
far along the county of Lebanon is on that side going towards 109?
Nothing's been
They
done.
working on something?
Not that I know of.
you're thinking of Division Street.
They're working on Division Street.
I don't think they're doing anything.
This came up a few months ago. I don't know. Maybe they were just talking about it. But
Yeah, I think they were just talking about it. Nothing's been done yet.
Oh, the safety, that was
Yeah.
a safety, like a spot grant, is it the
Yeah.
right term?
All right, well, that's all I have. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's fix the map.
Yes, sir.
I do want to give Matt credit. He came in by far of all the department heads with the most conservative budget. It was, for me, it was the hardest one to go through because he really was only asking for two significant things, and both of those things got cut from his budget. His pay scale additions and then the truck. He has consistently the last 2 years come in with very conservative budgets. He's lowered his operational costs. He does a great job with obtaining the grants and the 10-year plan that you see in front of you. I hated making the cuts. Miss Dana's the bad guy here. She gave me a certain number to get to. She gave me a certain number to get to, and that's how we got to it. But I do want to recognize Matt and publicly say that he came through with probably the best presented budget of all the department heads.
Quick question. With the savings and then the increase of the two requests, how off are we from your original budget? So, because, from this last little attachment that you sent over to us, right, that you dropped off, you showed 258, 275, and then with the increases, what are those numbers?
If you were to approve my pay increase, or we'd still be saving $140,000 on personnel and operating costs.
All right, 40K savings.
And then capital, if you improve the truck, it's still be saving $245,000.
Quick question, just because of that truck, you said that it would be interchangeable and we could use that truck for other things during the year, right? Is it possible, just throwing it out there, because we got sewer in the back there, would it be able to, because I know that they have an easier or a budget line item. So is it possible to be able to help to defer that or split that?
You would need to come out of street, because that's going to be major.
It will be streets? Okay. Because I didn't know because again, you said earlier that truck will be heavier duty and it could be multi-use. So I didn't know if that was an opportunity there for them to use it.
We can put a sewer sticker on it.
Yeah, we can put a sticker on the side of it with a magnet, right? So,
It's already on record.
well, I mean, no. All jokes aside, though, this truck's gonna be heavier duty, and I didn't know if it would be used for any other purposes for other departments. That's all I was looking for. So it sounds like it's not going to be. So it's only for streets. Okay. Thank you. I'm not trying to break any rules. All jokes aside, but
I heard nothing.
just didn't know how multi-purpose it was going to be. So thank you, guys. Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Good job.
But if it was used for parks, say we can take some of the hotel motel tax and buy the truck. This is used some for park, carry some mulch,
Yeah. I'm just asking. Like, I'm not trying to break any rules, but
Tell Kenny to figure it out.
Maybe we can get some more furniture stores, sell more furniture.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Maybe we can, hey, you know what we could do?
Can he
don't you?
get some more furniture?
Put a fire hose on it. Get rid of the pumper truck, right? Too bad we can't use the pumper truck as the actual.
Hey, guys, what do you have for us? Stormwater and wastewater.
Well, we're here to talk about the enterprise fund.
69, starting on page 69.
Yes.
Yeah, and I've got a couple things I'd just like to go over in the beginning. I'll tie this in. First of all, I want to thank the board and fire and EMS, PD too, but in our line of business, it's insurance knowing that we're one phone call away if we have issues with, employee dangers. And I'll go over a brief list just so I make sure you guys know what our stormwater and our sewer operators deal with. High voltage. We operate with 240 volts to 480 volts in these pump stations. We have biohazards. We have harmful gas hazards that we deal with on a daily basis, confined space, challenges of the weather. Our guys have to have diagnostic skills. We deal with high pressure sewer lines, trench safety, technical equipment operations, our Vector trucks, our pump trucks, our digging equipment, all requiring those skills. We also have something I don't think a lot of people think about. We have night hazards. Whether we're working in storms or whether even just unfamiliar territory, as we all know, when you're out at night, it can look totally different the next day. We also have extended hours of operations. When I do an interview with an operator, I tell them, I say, we may be gone for 20 minutes or we may be gone for 20 hours. And we have experienced that multiple times. So we prepare accordingly. We have crane operations, training, with our crane certifications, the cranes. And I say all that to bring it together in our budget. And please don't misunderstand what I'm trying to say, but Matt was just here and he talks about not hiring people and reducing his budget. Take the ice storm, for instance. My crews were operating the night shift. When there's a storm, when there's a city emergency, we're called upon. City Beautiful calls on us. City Hall calls on us. Fire calls on us for assisted help. All these things are what we do. And I am not complaining. And I'll say this, Matt has tried opportunities to give us credit, especially when he was getting awards and recognitions for the ice storm. I am not saying that we're not here for that. But what I'm asking for is in our budget, I've asked for 4 operators. City managers cut it back to 2. I need 4 operators to operate the growth that we're experiencing. Because in the budget, we'll go over in a minute, we're asking for a new camera van. Okay, that van or truck needs to be in operation 24/7. Well, I should say 24/7, but 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. All that will do, 2 operators, all that will do is man that camera truck. I need to get ahead on maintenance. And when I speak about maintenance, the things that we have to do are unpredictable, and then there's maintenance that we have to do that's very predictable. And even going back to the ice storm, when we were assisting and running the night shift for 12 hours, we also had a sewer line break at 11 degrees, and we were out to 1:30 in the morning fixing that. On top of working all weekend to assist. And again, not complaining, just giving you guys some information on what we're asking for. But our guys are highly technical. They are certified by the state. They all have CDLs. I have 1 operator that's in the process of CDL. Our sewer guys are state certified. Our stormwater guys are certified TDEC level 1. We have credentials that other departments don't have. with that being said, I requested I requested more than a 6% budget, but Ms. Hire and I worked it out. She proposed a 6%. City manager backed that down to 3%. I think we can support that. The rate study, that was built in the rate study also moving forward. But we need technical people, and we need to be competitive with our technical people. And I tell them all when they're hired, it takes about 2 years to see all the things that we do. A lot of your cities have specialized areas, like you may have a heavy equipment operator, light equipment operator, you may just have a dump truck driver. Our guys do it all. You know, today you might be in a small excavator, tomorrow you might be in a large excavator. They work the same. Now you have to have the experience to operate them, but that's the reason I'm asking for the 6%, along with the support staff that we have, our inspectors. Our inspectors know what is required because they were sewer operators. They worked in stormwater. We have to have the caliber of people that are going to make sure these installations of storm pipe and sewer pipe are going to last for years to come. And so we're very technical on that, and they're certified. So again, I just wanted to present that and why we've asked for what we've asked for. I'll go through the stormwater budget. Nothing outstanding there except for, Dana, I'm sorry, I don't have page numbers.
69.
The only real thing is you'll see in red is where we've asked for 6%. It was reduced to 3% on the pay. There was some cuts made on just general maintenance. Transportation equipment, we're okay with that. City manager provided us with a truck that was available, so we don't have to buy the Ranger truck for that. We are requesting a side-by-side enclosed. It will have a sweeper attachment, and we're also asking for ditch attachments because we're in the ditch business. The purpose of the sweeper being added to the side-by-side, along with the other functions that a side-by-side can do, get us to remote areas of ponds when we're having to cut, clean, inspect. We get calls quite often from City Beautiful requesting assistance on cleanup on roads. So they call for the sweeper. Okay, sometimes the sweeper is not available, or we can come out and do a rapid response if we've got this side-by-side with the sweeper attachment. Can also help out with construction dirt that gets left behind from the construction sites. So we brought that in. Also, you see this KCI stormwater gauges. We're asking for 4. These are monitoring gauges. We can put them at the eastern side of Stoner Creek and Cedar Creek. We can predict rises in the water of the flow during a heavy rain event. We could get ahead of some, at least some warning on flooding. We could also trend and track flooding or trend and track just normal flows. We'd also put 2 on the western side of these creeks to get an accurate monitoring of the flow. We need to do any remediation of our streams or just some general knowledge. That's what those are for. We would have remote access through satellite on those. And the rest of our projects that we're doing, and I'll let Shane go over the project because he's heavily involved with the engineering on the stormwater, and then I'll pick back up on the sewer.
Thank you, Tim. Page 71, I'll just start hitting the projects one by one. For budgetary purposes, Weston and Clearview have been combined under Weston. I've told this in multiple staff meetings, and Commissioner Hefner especially, in Clearview with your district. We're making this the gold standard project of the stormwater utility, along with Old Lebanon Dirt Road widening and the Belinda City culvert repair. I've been heavily involved with the residents. Just to notice, I live in Clearview, so my neck's out on the line with these residents to make sure that the project is done exceptional. I like to get perfect, but if I can get really, really good with this, then I feel very accomplished with this job. I talked to the engineer today. We hope to go to bid after Memorial Day. So we'll hit this with sewer later, but we think we're going to get very optimal pricing due to the fact that the ARP money has dried up and contractors are looking for work. So we're going to get a lot of good competition on pricing.
What
and
insurance? You said insurance?
No ARP funds.
No, before that, you said that you were going to be working with the insurance company. Or
No, I've been
insurance
working
or
with
something.
I've been working with the residents
Okay,
because I live in the neighborhood.
okay. For some reason, I thought you said insurance. I
Oh,
didn't
no,
know where
sir.
the insurance was
No.
coming from.
No, I live in the neighborhood. I've met all the neighbors all the easements that we had to acquire from the residents.
Okay.
I did them all. I didn't hire it out. I went and got all the easements myself. And I'm just want to show that investment in the community. Like I said, I live here and I want to also do a good job for our residents and make sure that each one of these residents comes back. And I may have been persuading them to come to a meeting to talk about this project once it's finished, so y'all can see the funds at work with the utility. So Belinda City and Clearview and Weston will be going to bid hopefully within the next couple of weeks. Commissioner Millela's project with Southeast Springdale and Sunnymead, we've combined that. We're well within design right now. We're going to need an ARAP, so that'll extend the permitting part, and we hope to get going with construction and bidding at the end of the fiscal year. There's also a line item which is included in our master plan to fund the stormwater portion of the Old Lebanon Dirt Road widening. That'll be over multiple years. I think Matt had given me the estimate of $2.4 million to do the stormwater portion between Kelsey Glen and Page Drive. That's where predominantly all the stormwater drains to currently. So we'll be undertaking that cost within our budget as indicated in our master plan. And two new projects that we're looking to do is a full-blown system-wide assessment. As Mr. Forkham says, we're about 35 years behind on stormwater. So we've got to start with a full-blown system-wide assessment. That will be multiple years, and a project that Public Works and ourselves and City Hall, we've talked about doing is investigating and mitigating the road overtopping on West Division just past Mount Juliet Elementary School. So that's what we hope to do next year. And providing you that goal for the next 5 years, we hope to have 2 projects in construction and 2 in design at all times going forward. We've built enough of our reserves. We've made the appropriate allocations in our budget to make sure that we've got appropriate reserves handy in stormwater. So we've got a good plan and looking forward to getting this going. But like I said, I'm really excited about Clearview and Belinda getting under construction and along with Old Lebanon Dirt Road. So that's 3 projects that we hope to be going on in 1 year.
So this is being funded out of the
Yes, sir.
stormwater,
Would it be fair to say that, oh, sorry.
no, stormwater funds, not general fund, but stormwater funds?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Enterprise, yeah, okay, thank you.
Would it be fair to say that Southeast Springdale and Sunnymead will go to construction summer of 27?
That is our intentions. Yes.
So our goal is to have annually 2 projects in engineering and 2 under construction at all times. Keep it going. And to add to that, we're seeing what we call pre-COVID pricing on these bids already. A lot of your contractors are looking for work. We've got a significant reduction on our latest project that we were not expecting. We come in less than half of what we were projecting. Yeah, you got a lot of construction companies that are looking for work. I'd like to capitalize on that.
What line is your reserves in? Does it say, is on page 69? I'm missing that.
The reserves aren't listed on that. They're in the ordinance in
Okay.
the front. So stormwater is starting off with a fund balance of 5.3 million.
And what page is that on?
That's on page 4 at the very front of the book.
Does
So
that
there-
take in consideration of it looks like it was a 6% increase?
This
Now, that's the
stormwater,
sewer.
yeah, that's sewer.
That's the sewer
You're talking
rate.
about sewer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Increase.
That's sewer
Stormwater,
rate.
there's no increase in the stormwater fee. But
Okay.
they've collected 5.3 million so far to spend on projects and operating personnel costs.
We were recommended to evaluate that rate at the 5 to 10 year mark of the utility. So we're not touching that for another, I think, 2 to 3 years at least. So we'll reach back out and gauge to see what an assessment will be needed on that one. The rate for the stormwater utility.
Just because I know the Commissioner Hefner brought this up about the, discussions with Metro for sewer.
Well, when we get to sewer, we'll talk about that.
Okay. I just didn't know if that was in this topic or whatnot.
No, sir.
No, we're just wrapping up the stormwater.
Okay.
In
Well,
the,
sometimes they do overlap, right?
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
in the grand totals, you got what was it? 5.2. Grand
Farmhouse,
total
okay.
of stormwater, you got 5.2.
That's the starting fund balance.
And then total budget 7.7.
Yes. And they're going to have 3 million in revenue. They're projected to end at 807,000.
And what I
But I
want,
don't think that they'll spend.
and what I want to add to that, like I said, 2 projects are going out to bid. We'll revise the bids accordingly once we get the actual pricing in. So, like I said, we had a sewer project that came in well under our estimates. We're hoping that for stormwater as well. So that'll be good savings.
And it's likely these will be covering. They'll probably be pushed. So they probably won't spend the entire budgeted amount this year.
2 years.
Any other questions on stormwater?
Quick question. The stormwater, because I know there was some discussion about the ponds and the credits and all that. Are we keeping track of all that where the residents, for example, that have detention ponds and so forth, the maintenance on that as well as,
Yes, Mr. Metters has that information. He keeps up with the credits requested. The number is very low.
is that for the request of the savings or is that,
He can explain.
okay. Because I know that was a concern, 3 years ago, I think, when that was all brought up?
So any property owner that's got a stormwater control measure can request for the reduction. There's a several page forms they have to fill out. There's some supporting information they have to provide to us. Off the top of my head, I would say we've probably had less than 20 different property owners and individuals apply for that, but it is available for anybody that does have an SCM. And that is when the credit manual was passed with the original ordinance, that's when that came into effect. So it is there. Not a lot of folks have taken advantage of it so far.
So is that something that we want to at least, obviously, it'd be a good reminder for the folks, because again, they're just seeing a bill. And I know it's going to take money out of our revenue, but still doing the right thing to look out for the citizens that are upkeeping their detention ponds and so forth. So are we sending out any type of reminders that said, hey, if you do have these, that you could potentially have a credit of some
So,
sort?
No, keeping up your example,
maintenance.
ponds, the maintenance, that does not qualify for a reduction. That is required as for a long-term maintenance agreement. Neighborhoods, HOAs are required to do that from here and for forever or
Sure.
until it's redeveloped. That is not the same as a credit. A credit is the engineering water quality and water quantity portions that you say that you have put on your site that qualify for you for reduction. So they're not the same thing. I mean, it's the same pond, I understand how you, but it's not just because you cut the grass doesn't qualify you for a reduction.
Well, yeah. Yeah, no, I understand that. But if you're like dredging out the pond and making sure it can hold the amount of flow, right? That's
That
part of
would be maintenance. That would not be a
Really?
reduction.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll have to talk offline because I definitely want to understand a little bit more about that because I
I
know,
don't understand that either.
well, it's just because the state had pushed it out there. So I want to read more towards it. So I thought I was very clear, but apparently there's some understanding that I may not understand later. So I'll catch up with you this week. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question and you might can answer. One of the reasons Andy pushed for this stormwater utility, and my district is Blenda City, you know, it's very old. And then back in the Safe Water Act or whatever it was, we no longer used to, a long time ago, the city would come in and kind of clean out the creeks and whatever. And then when that passed, the city couldn't touch it because it was protected under the, whatever it was. So specifically, I'm talking about on Southeast Springdale, that creek. So one of the reasons he pushed for that, because he was telling the resident over there that when we have resources in the stormwater utility, in some cases, if the water is damming up or it's causing erosion onto the person's property, that we would have the resources to do something about that. So where are we on? I know that we have other projects that are taking priority, but as far as the creeks, where are we on that in the stormwater utility to be able to help to clean out some of
So
that?
currently, our crews do clean out the bridges that are across the roads that are in the right of ways. I wouldn't put maintenance but that will deal with what's in the right. But as far as what's in the creek going on private property and doing any type of work, we can only perform work that's in the right of way. I mean, we're doing that currently. We've got crews. Let's say we get a rain event, and some of the debris and things that you're concerned about, it washes down and it comes up against one of our bridges. We've got crews that come out and clean those out. We did bridge Brookstone, for example, this week, and got some positive feedback from the residents there. But we do actively do that as far as maintenance. But as far as going on private property in waters of the state, we wouldn't be allowed to do that from the state, and we wouldn't do that on private property. But anything that's in the right of way, we do maintain.
All right. Now, what about if a tree falls behind one of the houses on Springdale and kind of dams up the creek, causing backwater?
That would probably be on a case-to-case basis. If it was a down tree that was causing some backwater, it would have to. We would be looking for some type of significant contributing to flood, but it would be on a case-by-case basis. In other words, what we wouldn't do is if there wasn't a creek there and the tree fell in somebody's backyard, city crews would not be dispatched to go do work on that private property. But if it was causing a flood damage, we would most certainly take a look at it.
Okay.
We do evaluate each and every request.
Okay.
We don't just say no, we look at it.
All right. So what would they do? Just call your department? Is
Sure,
there a
always call
form
us.
they fill out?
Just call us.
Okay.
Call Public Works, they'll dispatch to myself or Adam. So
Okay.
We go out and look at every call we get. We don't just dismiss.
Okay. All right.
We have done what Adam's talked about in the past. It's just, you gotta be careful. So people want vegetation cleaned up, just, cause they say it may draw mosquitoes or something, we don't do that. But if you've got evidence of some disrupted flow, sure, we'll assist.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thanks. That's all
I
have.
also want to say, because of his department, that I believe with all my heart that we have seen a lot less flooding in the city since we implemented that department. Because I remember years and years ago and all the flooding that we had, when we did manage this now, we just don't see it. A lot of people thinks that they blame the construction on these subdivisions that, oh, it causes flooding. It's really reduced flooding.
Well, I agree with that because back when Andy was here in Adam, we went out and remember the problem over there. Because what was it in 2020 or 2021, that flood over there was worse than 2010. And we traced all that back to a compromised drainage situation in Mundy Park. And because of that, we, in the stormwater utility, we were able to fix that. And this culvert under Belinda Belinda Parkway is an extension of that project. So I agree. So we've not had, thankfully, knock on wood, had any
Right.
flooding over there since that project.
For the last 2 years, we've also had a drought though. So, a major one in the last 18 months. So, see how it works out.
Well, it's the heavy rains though that come really, really quick that does the most damage most of the time on that.
Mhm.
Sure.
And so I thank you. I'm glad that our city implemented that years ago. We needed that. If we had to too, we had to comply.
With wastewater, is this still the same theme as the workshop from last Monday?
Well, wastewater, I've said pretty much, I really need the additional 2 employees back. And another reason, we're under a lot of pressure, especially from the spotlight of Wilson County. And the crisis with the sewer. We've been approached even by a senator for assistance. You're aware of that. The request, the county system is not working well. I mean, as much as I don't want to think about taking on somebody else's problems, we are equipped. It seems to be the governor maybe pushing to ask us to assist, or maybe even beyond asking, we may get voluntold.
It's not, I don't look at it as asking us. I look at it as asking the people who pay the utility bills, because they're going to have to absorb the cost. I mean, can we do it? Probably. We can do a lot of things, but at what cost?
I'm concerned that the decision is not going to be ours.
Yeah. And I'm concerned too about this recent legislation that basically if there's a sewer line within, I guess, anywhere near, you've got to grant out a city sewer, and what this is going to potentially obligate us to. If I remember right from that presentation, when we're looking at $5 million in depreciation-ish. We just more.
And we've got to have the staff to support that, the experienced staff. Again, I don't think asking for 4 more operators. I had them in the budget last year, and because we were trying to be helpful to the budget, we waited, and a lot of that was because of the EQ basin. The EQ basin should be completed in October. So we've got to learn that and learn it quick. Now, I have all confidence in the world. We've got the staff to do it. We've got the resources. We will operate it properly. We're also working with fire on developing some plans on confined space rescue. This is an 8 million gallon tank. If you guys haven't seen it, I would love to take you out there. It's well under construction where you can get the scope of what it is and what it looks like. But it's going to be a dangerous environment. It's going to require a lot of safety. The entire tank will be treated as a confined space. That's serious. There's going to be a lot of gases in there. We've got to look at that for employee safety, plus keeping it operational. So that's going to be a big step for us on the wastewater side. So I really want to be prepared for that. I think we have a stellar record on injuries and not having injuries. But at the same time, I appreciate our fire department. We've already had a lot of conversation about this, working together. We give them some opportunities to train, and give us opportunities to train with them. So really looking forward to that. And along with that, there was a service truck that was also removed. And this is under lift stations, Dana. I don't
I got you.
And sewer lift station.
77.
Yeah, you look and you see a diesel 4x4 350 service truck was removed. So we have two that are in that was not removed. So what we've learned, because of the size of the equipment that we haul, the gas trucks, they don't support the trailers with the excavators and the skid steers and all the equipment that we use. They squat, takes more gasoline per mile than it does diesel per mile to operate them. So we're trying to cycle out gas trucks. And we bought two during COVID and they were very under equipped for what we needed, but that was all we could find. We got those ready to sell. We're wanting to sell as much as we can on inventory. So that's why we're switching to diesel. What year are the trucks you're selling? What year are the trucks you're selling? They are 2020. Ones are 22s. I can give Can they you. be repurposed back to the other departments for? Well, we talked for about salt? that. I mean, very open for that. Matt needs them or City Hall needs them. It's just, they're not real efficient for us. It's kind of the same scenario that fire was in on not having enough equipment space. They're short wheelbase box. They have a utility box on them. But we can't pull a trailer with them. Every time we put a trailer on them, it's almost like a frame. It's just kind of funny. Because we carry heavy skid steers and excavators. So they're okay for a house call, but we tend to do more with the bigger trucks. We haven't put them in surplus yet. Oh, That no, have we? no, we had to pass. Okay, I just, We had not.
You'd have to sell them too. If you transfer
Yeah.
a truck that's in sewer to general fund, the general fund essentially has to buy it from the sewer.
yeah, for a Yeah, we can dollar. sell the or- rates, right?
Well.
Come on. Appreciate, yeah.
Yeah, depreciated value.
Well, if the frames are bent, they're not worth that much.
Fair market value.
So all the capital expenses, including the salaries, payroll that are tied to the sewer, come out of the sewer fund,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Not hitting the
It's,
general
it's
fund.
isolated in itself, everything related to sewer and stormwater is the same way, stormwater is isolated.
Yep.
It's not funded by general at all.
And they're running in the black currently right now, right?
They better.
With the reserve.
Yeah.
Always. So then
If
what would
we
be the
don't,
benefit?
I get called before a big
Okay.
board.
Yeah, but what would be the benefit? I mean, there's not a whole lot of benefit for us taking the guys out if we're not going to hurt the general fund then. Not yet. We'll see.
What was it, one truck you're selling?
Well, there's other trucks that we requested, some Ford Rangers for our inspectors. They've got some 2016 models, 2017 model. We've got maybe 4 trucks to sell plus a camera van. I think we got 4 trucks that we're going to sell. We don't have that on here. Yeah, we have 4. And also, we're looking to buy a camera truck. We have a 2017 camera van. We can't get support for the software. I had to stop the bleeding. We were spending too much money trying to keep it going. We have it operational right now, but we only use it for emergencies. In other words, if we need to get in the line to see what's going on, it's available. We need to have a camera in the ground 5 days a week. Just looking for I&I, looking for breaks, obstructions. When we clean a line, we need to go back and inspect it. It's also this truck that we're requesting can run off lithium batteries instead of idling. It can run through storm pipe, which it has the extenders as far as expanding the size of it so it can travel through storm pipe. So it would be used multi-purpose for sewer and stormwater. That truck is the brand that we had when I came to work here in 06. I operated the Q's brand all the way up to 2017 when we got rid of it. So the design of the Q's camera is still the same. They've upgraded the definition of the camera, the software, but it's still the same tractor setup that's tried and true. We just can't get any support off our current one.
really need to keep a camera.
Is it possible to take one of those F-250s that are gas, put a new bed on it and be able to make it your camera
We did
truck?
talk about retrofitting. To answer your question, honestly, we could explore that. Yes, we could.
I mean, it's a 5-year-old truck, right? 2021, you said?
No, the camera van we have right now.
No, the 2 trucks that you said.
Oh,
that-
okay, we're going back to the service truck?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry to jump off.
Yes.
But to retrofit one of those trucks, right?
They're short, they're not the extended wheelbase, they're the short wheelbase. You talking about retrofitting that for the camera?
I'm just asking to see if there's any opportunity
Well,
to save for
the
there.
transit van that we have the camera in right now, it's not the van, it's all the components
Okay,
with the camera, and they don't support the software anymore.
gotcha.
They keep giving me these bills, okay, well, this will cost you $60,000, this will cost you $80,000. I'm like, no, that's enough. We're not gonna keep throwing good money at outdated equipment.
Okay.
So that's where we're at. Also here on the page that we're on about the removed diesel truck, we've got an arc flash study and training. We're behind on our arc flash. The last time we did a study was 2015.
Every 5 years.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then every time that equipment changes, you need to update your study. So it's a living document.
Yes. And so, as I said, we are behind.
And if we're making if we're making businesses do it, why are we not doing it? So,
So it's $179,000 for the arc flash study and training of all our lift stations. They go in and evaluate, check voltages. Vice Mayor could probably tell more than
all
I
day
can.
long.
They go in and check everything, making sure safety's, the safety checks are in place.
And a PA 70 D&E.
Yes.
Yeah, very well aware.
Yes. So that's on there. You also go down the same page for $188,000. We're requesting the Xylem View EQ-based operational software. So what this is, my biggest fear with the EQ Basin was, okay, I know how to fill it up, but when you're operating under 5 million gallons per 24 hours going to Nashville and you've got a full tank of 8 million gallons, how do you feed that back into the system once the event's over that required you to fill the tank up? I'm like, I don't know. Our low flow changes every day of the week as it gets closer to the weekend. The low flow changes on times. It's a little narrower sometimes. Well, what this is operational AI generated software. They go off of nautical weather guidance. They tell you when to fill it up. It also activates the pumps to fill it up. It also activates the pumps to send it back into the system. It takes all the user error out of it based off of the software. You can also have remote controls of bilateral controls from home, so the operators don't have to get up and physically go to the EQ Basin, get on the phone, operate it that way. So that's what this is about. Xylem is a company, global company. This is what they do. And we felt like that was a really good opportunity for us to take a lot of the guesswork out of operating. Because as our seasons change, so will our flows and what we deal with. So it's like, okay, we're going to need 3 years to evaluate how to operate this EQ Basin. I think this takes all the guesswork out. This is what that software can do.
What's the maintenance on that EQ Basin?
So
is that a line tank or is that an unlined tank? Do we know?
It is a concrete coated tank. The maintenance, this is really going to be cool when y'all hear about it. Our guys like to play with anything with the name cannon on it. So it has 4 water cannons on the upper catwalk, and you wash it out. That's how you do it. You wash it, rinse it out with the water cans. We've got a 6-inch water line that feeds the tank, and then we've got 4 water cannons. So
But I'm saying like the inspections and all that. What's going to be the cost on all that maintenance?
It will be general maintenance as far as the pump station side, just what we do now.
So we can all do that in-house?
Oh,
so?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know if there was going to be additional costs that we were going to be
No.
looking at.
So, not mentioning the name of a sister city, they would hire one of the national companies come out and do all their maintenance repair on our pump stations. We have always done our repairs.
Okay.
So, we have guys who are very eager to learn. You say, hey, this is something new. They're gone. They're after
Cool.
it.
Okay.
We do our own maintenance. That's why we have the big service trucks. We have full tools. We replace pumps, gears, seals. You know, now occasionally we have to take the electric motors to Nashville and have them repaired. But, we do all in house.
Okay.
What? It's required because it's a one tank. It has to be done every 3 years. Oh, I thought it was like, I thought it was required. No, that's every 3 years. You got to drive it down, full inspectors.
Oh, maintenance, yes.
Oh, so you have to clean the sides to do that. I didn't know.
Usually it's two.
What page is it, maintenance?
Inspection.
I'm thinking, this is.
Starts on 74.
Okay. On page 74, the sewer maintenance, we failed to roll over line 942, is construction and maintenance. Which one?
75, yeah.
75.
Sorry, it's the next page.
Okay. We failed at line 942. We failed to roll over. We put $1 million in for construction and maintenance and repairs of pump stations. What we're doing, a pump station's life is around 20 years. We have close to, July, my last count, 26 of the pump stations that we've been able to maintain beyond its life cycle. So what we do is we keep this money in to keep doing rehab on our pump stations. We have one right now that's out for bid, the electrical. We've had some electrical problems. We're redoing the electrical system. We've got one that has what they call slide rails where the pumps slide down. They need to be replaced and repaired. So we use this line item to do our general repairs on our pump stations, some predictable, some not. So we're going to have to add that back in. Yeah, so we're going to bring that back.
It's on your page.
Yeah.
This page too.
Okay, so she's already got it in. Okay. Anybody got any questions just on the general side of sewer and operations before Shane talks about the project? Sure.
The 5%, is that on page 72 under sewer service charges?
Yeah, it's factored into the operating. Yes, sewer service charges. It's factored into that number.
That's the rate study. right?
The rate, yeah, well, that's the 5% increase in rates. It's
Yeah,
factored into that
what we
number.
covered in the rate study.
Yeah.
Of the total fund revenue? Item 37210, or where does?
Yes.
Okay. And then, well, I guess you maybe aren't ready, or you haven't got there yet, but on page 79.
Shane will go
Okay,
over the
okay.
projects. Yes.
As Tim mentioned, we're wrapping up the EQ Basin project. They've told us October. We've prorated the amount that should be remaining. I'll get with Dana as we hit June 30th to make sure that we roll over the right amount. I think to date, they've already spent about 12 million of the 18 on the job. So,
I'm projecting, but by the end of the year, we've spent 15.
okay, so
But I
they're
rolled
on
over
track.
4.
Page 78, Creekside Drive Interceptor. This is what I wanted to mention to you guys when we were talking about projects going out to bid. We had 5.5 budgeted. The project, the apparent low bidder came in at 2.1. So we had 11 bidders. So we're trying to use those indicators to see what the market's going to look like in the next couple of years with regards to construction. So in addition to that occurrence and the interchange being moved up 2 years, some previously scheduled interceptor projects that we had along Stoner Creek, we're going to fast track those so that they are upsized in time that the interchange is complete and businesses can have all the sewer they want. Because those projects were already in the pipeline. We are just up fast tracking those to coincide with the Central Pike interchange. That would be Pleasant Grove Interceptor and the last phase of the Stoner Creek Interceptor. Project we've got on North Mount Juliet Road, trying to work with economic development and City Hall. There's a section of properties between the light at Northwest Rutland and Weston Drive that the zoning changed a couple decades ago, but the sewer capacity to serve those zones didn't. So that we've been, Tim and I's opinion, and working with City Hall, that we recommended that if we change the zoning and the use and we can't serve the sewer, that in essence is a pocket project for us to accommodate the sewer for the new zones. So that's what the North Mountain Juliet Road sewer extension will be. As such, the last three projects that we've shown that are blacked out with our function codes, with the Metro contract coming up in 29, we will assess our rates at that point to include construction for those projects. With that, and Golden Bear Pump Station is still going on with design. We just transparency, we had not included that within our budget because we didn't know what legislation the board will be bringing with regards to that portion of town. We were asked to put that back in, so I just wanted to point that out to you that we've got enough construction funding to get us through the fiscal year because it will be a multi-year project. We are still working to do land acquisition, easement acquisition, and wrap up design. So we'll be ready for whatever the board decides to do with that project. So we're still working on that one, and we'll proceed with construction based on how this budget line item goes. If y'all got any questions? Yes, sir. I hope so.
We're polling a lot of the contractors that we're already working with.
And we feel that way, yes.
What has happened is under a previous president's administration, a lot of funding was put in place for infrastructure. That money's all used. Current administration has not done that. So that's why there was a lot of construction going on, infrastructure upgrades. But I'm kind of polling each contractor that we work with. Hey, are you busy? No, we got people standing around. I'm sure there's going to be some other signs that we should be getting some very competitive prices.
Do you think it might be half that or even less than half that?
I would not commit to half.
I understand.
I don't know. I do anticipate though the pricing is definitely coming down.
Well, that other
How
one was
long? I
about
don't know.
half. That other one was about half.
It was a little bit different project.
Okay.
And you've got to look at the business cycle. So for a short period, you should see some price cutting, but then as the inventory of construction companies reduce, then they may uptick again once the market regulates, if you're studying it from a business standpoint.
Maybe get some projects together and try and get them bundled that way too.
Well, we're trying to keep things moving. Again, our goal is to keep even stormwater and sewer, keep 2 projects in engineering a year and 2 under construction is what our goals are.
But you're right, the iron's hot now, so we're wanting to try to push the work and get it when the pricing's good. And I think, I believe the old Lemon Dirt Road, that was a pretty competitive bid project as well. So we got competition. I think that breeds the best result for the city.
All right, I don't think you talked about it unless I zoned out. The 7 million for the Golden Bear.
That's what we were just talking
Yeah.
about.
Okay. So that's a 2-year
Yes, ma'am.
project, so then there would be another 7 million next year?
Well, depending on, we'd like to at that point, we hope to by this time next year have an exact bid, and we'll fund the remainder of it the next fiscal year.
I
Like I said-
do not believe in this next budget, we would spend the full 7 million. Do not believe that. We would probably go under construction if approved next spring would be my guess.
So without this, there really would be no development along Golden Bear up there, Lebanon Road.
Unless a developer comes and upsizes the sewer between Bender's Ferry and our pump station at Highway 70, that answer would be no. It'd have to be developer driven, but without this project.
But keep in mind, once construction is approved, we have capacity, but it's allocated right now as it sits, but it's not used. So then we could readjust capacity once you approve construction. We have capacity sitting there, but it's already spoken for. But once we get approval for the construction of the pump station, then we can move the numbers around.
I think she was asking about Golden Bear work, weren't you?
Well, it's
We don't
listed
have,
under
we've already
Golden
got,
Bear.
that capacity you're talking about is for Bender's Ferry, isn't it?
Well, it's the Golden Bear Gateway Regional Pump Station. Is
I understand, but when you when you talk about the capacity, aren't you referring to Bender's Ferry up through there?
Correct.
Right.
It's part of it. Part of it, yes.
Okay, so I think what she's saying is this would open up the opportunity for Golden Bear on the south side of it.
Yes, south of Lebanon Road.
I mean, north of Golden Bear.
It would open up both.
Okay.
Any other questions? We can.
One more. The asset list of all of throughout this whole process of all of the equipment that you guys have, are you guys tracking all this?
And tracking it in what way?
As in making sure all the PMs are being done, but also just tracking the assets for kind of what you guys were saying earlier for depreciation and so forth.
Absolutely.
Is there any concerns there?
I keep the asset listing, so sewer has its own asset listing.
Okay.
And it's depreciated every year.
Okay. I just didn't know if that would help out for some of these pump station projects and so forth. So just didn't know.
Any other questions? Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll call you tomorrow, Tim.
It's me.
Three more.
My budget's on page 29.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And we're gonna be here anyway.
Mhm.
You wanna see if the city attorney wants to do hers, and maybe she doesn't have to stay.
I'll call Sam.
We're gonna be here anyway.
You're right. I actually forgot to put Sam on the agenda, so I apologize.
So mine's fairly easy. Dana did add to her changes to the budget sheet a decrease in about 88,000 for my department. There was just a clerical error on the salaries portion, so that's why that has decreased by 88,000.
What page is this on?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find your page.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's my bad. 23.
Okay.
23.
Thank you.
So on page 23 under the personnel side of it's 466, 491 is the total subtract 88,000 from that.
Which number is that?
It's the total personnel cost, Mr. Betts, the gray bar.
Oh, are you talking about the 363? No, total overall. So it's not just that one line, it's the total overall. Yes, yeah.
Instead of 466.9, 491, you reduce that by 88.
Yes.
Yes. It will, but not by 88,000. The 88,000 is all, yeah, it's going to come out of different lines. So it would reduce that 466 to 378, 484. Yes. Yes.
And so besides that, there's basically just, I would say, 3 major changes to my budget. The first one relating to salary. Last year, I got a half-year salary approved for the staff attorney. So this year, I need a full year. She actually started today. Her first day was today. So you will see her around. Her office is right across the hall from mine. Her name is Miranda McNaughton. So I'm very excited about that. And so thank you. The next big change would be the contractual services. That's line 200. Previously, before I even started here, it was a large number. Last year, it was at 100,000. We reduced that by half. This line item is essentially for emergencies when I don't have time to request a budget amendment. So things like a sexual harassment complaint has been made and I need to hire an attorney who specializes in investigating that. I don't have time for 2 amendments, so that's where that would come from. Hopefully I don't have to spend it, but it's there for emergencies. The next overall biggest change is just related to the fact that I did add another staff member, so you'll just see various increases to account for that. The biggest one being line item 233. That doubled. That is solely LexisNexis. That is the research database. And so that accounts for now 2 licenses. So 2 people can have the research database. And that is all I have unless you have questions.
No overtime.
I don't get overtime.
And storm, sewer, you guys had like hardly any overtime. Like 2%, 3%. It's amazing. Anyway, sorry. It's getting late, I'm getting tired.
I do too.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Mine's on page 29. Under personnel, there is a request for an assistant finance director. As the city has grown, my department has not grown, but by I think 1 person in 2020. That was mainly due to the tornado, but it also assisted me in having a backup for payroll and a backup for AP. So I did not have one at that time. So I don't know exactly where I'm going to put this person in my office, but it would help to have the backup and to be able to monitor things a little bit better because it's a lot, obviously. But also, if it's a budget constraint issue, I will live without it. Under contractual services, there's amounts for Paycor and ADP. Both of those are payroll systems. Paycor is our current payroll system, and we are transitioning to ADP on July 1. The Paycor is in there as a safety net in case something does not transition correctly, and we have to go stay with Paycor. So that's what that's there. Hopefully we don't need it, and it'll just go back in the general fund, but it's there just in case. The other large items are the audit and actuarial services under 253. Those are contracted prices believe this may be the last year for the audit under this contract, so I'll probably be bidding that next year. The actuarial services fluctuates year to year because they'll do a mid-year review and then a full review. This is a full review year.
Here, this audit was.
Under data processing, that number is to cover our local gov server for our general ledger, 29. We also have a computer, not a computer, a software program called DebtBook. DebtBook monitors our long-term debt, our bonds. It's also used for a new GASB requirement for leases and subscriptions, and we just put into place a contract module that will help us monitor all of the contracts. Sam and I are working together on that one, and that will alert us when a contract is coming due and we need to review it or rebid it. So that's been a great tool to have. And then the grant software is to help monitor our grants. Then same situation where we'll upload so we can keep all the information into one specific place. I think pretty much everything else stayed status quo. That's it.
We're not voting, of course, but personally, I would like to see the assistant financial director position for $124,779 removed.
Can I ask a question?
Hmm?
Quick question. So you take vacation, right?
Mhm.
And who handles all of the additional load while you're gone?
My current deputy.
So we have a current deputy,
Yeah.
Gina.
Dita.
Okay. So is she capable of doing everything that you do right now? Everything?
No, not everything.
And this new and this new deputy director would be able to do everything, correct?
Yes, that would be the goal, to have somebody with a more of an accounting background. Gina's been here forever. She's fantastic, and she knows this city by the back of her hand.
Sure.
She's amazing. She doesn't know the financial reporting side, and then I would love some help with managing more of the utility side of it too. I have Ashley. She's incredible. She's my billing manager. But I would like somebody to be able to help look big picture and plan better. That would be helpful.
Would this,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
one more quick question. Would this other person be able to go and help cross-train these other departments that are obviously, that could be improving on their budgets? Would that be
That's something that can.
I'm just trying to think, is there anything that they could be learning through the budgeting process to know? So when we do come through these things and the next commission through here, is able to help streamline the process a little bit, tighten the budget, make sure that we're not missing any gaps. So do you see this as an investment, or what are your thoughts for redundancy for the city? You have a family emergency, something goes on. You're gone for 30 days. I'm just,
The deputy director's role.
well, she's just said the deputy director role currently that's in it doesn't have the ability to do all these things. That's what
Well,
I'm
how
asking.
long has she been doing it though?
How long has Gina been the deputy? She was the deputy when I got here 8 years ago.
Right.
She
So you
knows-
take vacations, you're gone, whatever. So she has stepped in. She can do the job. She's not a CPA,
Right.
but she can do the job. So when I asked you out in the hall, if
She-
you requested the position, your answer was no. So who was it that requested this position? You?
Redundancy.
For what purpose?
Redundancy, because our current CPA is,
Requested the position?
I was asking, I went to the city and asked them, said, hey, what happens if we have, Ms. Dana leave?
Well, what happens if we have any other department manager leave, should we hire an assistant
That's
for
what I'm
them?
asking. That, listen, this was on here just as a discussion. This is the only time we can discuss about it,
Right.
right? So this is where we're discussing it. It's a good thing, right? That's
Yeah,
what we're trying to get
It's a
out
good
here.
thing.
So, but again, I mean, the city is also like we have everything else with, redundancy. If we have a current a CPA in here, that's the director. The deputy director is not fully capable of doing everything from what you just
Well, I'm
said.
sure we have plenty of other department heads where the deputy is not, I mean, should we put someone in every department just in case they leave?
We have a fire chief and an assistant fire chief, and that assistant fire chief can do the exact same thing. We have a police chief, and then we have a captain. Well, at one time, he was a deputy captain or deputy chief. Thank you. It's late, but that was a redundancy.
What if Matt or Shane leave? Is there someone that can just step into their role?
They're cross-trained. Matt and Shane. Listen, this is just a discussion. That's all this is.
Okay. Well,
We
my
don't need it.
opinion is the financial director did not ask for this. It's just growing government. I don't think the position
Oh,
is
this ain't growing-
needed.
it's a growing
Personally,
department.
I would like to see it deleted.
Yeah, I might agree with that.
This is a department growing, not a government.
It's government. We are in
And there's no
government.
reductions. There's not a single red font on that page. Is that by mistake? Was it overlooked?
She's very good at her budget.
I run a very tight budget.
Well, you didn't request that, so I would think that would be in red ink, but that's okay. I think we're already beyond that. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of positions that we removed that were requested. I mean, some critical positions that were removed from other departments. And we have a deputy director. If the deputy director isn't capable of replacing you, God forbid, something happened or extended whatever, then maybe we need to take a look at our deputy director.
That was the whole topic right there. Thank you.
Because I think the deputy director is the stand-in when any deputy director is the stand-in in the event that the
Well-
director is not there. Maybe I'm wrong.
What I heard is she's doing a great job, and there is a gap there.
Yeah, she can do it. She can't do everything that I do as far as like the financials, but I was out for knee surgery for over a month, and the department ran fine. So she can handle.
Can't do financials?
She can't do like the audit and like the financial report. There's just there's like CPA type items and that she doesn't know as well as I do. So she can run the department.
Just can't do the financials.
Right. There's just some topics that she's
But she's
well,
the
there's just
director of
things that
finance.
there's just things that I do that she doesn't know.
How come we haven't cross-trained her in the last 8 years since you've been here then?
Well, I mean,
That's the whole purpose of a deputy director. I mean, a deputy finance director is
she
to
knows.
cross-train.
I mean, if there was something she needed to know, then I would definitely have her know it. But like the budget, I do all the spreadsheets for that. I do the depreciation schedule, which is a massive spreadsheet. That's like once a year things that I do. She doesn't need to have that piled on top of everything else that she does. There's things that she does that I don't know, to be honest.
The whole reason why I brought it up is just because of a gap. That's all. And it was an opportunity for this board to discuss and just want to bring it out there that there's a gap in the process. That's all. And if the board decides to take it out, that's fine, but it's just a discussion that, what's the gap? And how important is that gap? Finances is very important for a city to run efficient. And if we've got a gap in the process, last thing we want to do is let's say that extended time is a lot longer. Our deputy director can't handle it. Then what? Then we're going to go back to the whole thing of what if? So that's all.
Let's hear from our deputy city manager.
I just want to be fair. Gina's very good at the job that she has. And there is a gap between being a CPA and not being a CPA. Dana went to school for a very long time to learn what she knows. That's not to take anything away from Gina and her ability to do
Thank you.
the job that
Yes.
she's assigned.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that from what you had stated earlier, there were some things that you can do that she can't. That is there a concern there? That's all. For the city side, is there a concern if there was a?
Well, I hope I'm not going to go anywhere.
I'm not speaking any ill will on you, but I'm just saying. But yes, I'm just saying.
I think there's things that are unavoidable. If
Sure.
something were happening to me, that doesn't mean that I have to have somebody there with me to back me up just because I might be gone tomorrow.
Well, if something happened, let's say that you did have to have, hopefully nothing, that you were out for a while, and there was that audit type exposure that happened that needed, could we not fill that with contract labor to do that, to assist Gina?
I actually think that MTAS can provide assistance
Okay, so
if
we
something
would call
happened.
on
There we go.
them to come, and Gina would work with them. Gina does a great job.
Okay.
Yeah, she's fantastic. Don't want to take anything away from her at all.
absolutely
No, we're not. I'm not saying
She's been
that.
here a long time, and I think she does great.
Yeah, I think those are good points, because like I said, under John, not too many years ago, we didn't have deputies. We might have like somebody that you knew was in charge and the other person left. We didn't even have a deputy city manager until Miss Sheila. So it's not uncommon to have somebody that they've got the title, but they can't do everything the other person do, but they can run the department and do 99% of it. So that's not uncommon. That's probably the case in a lot of departments where you have somebody that's got a title of the deputy, but it's hard to be perfectly redundant to where if somebody did leave in any department. It's like Tim, for example. Tim or Shane, neither one have true deputies, I guess you'd say. That's a perfect example in their skill set, but they've got backups. They feel like they can do the majority of the work.
Mhm.
So it's a very similar situation. The only thing different, they just hadn't actually classified somebody as deputy, but that was done before Dana. So Gina's phenomenal. She's been here over 30 years, and we hadn't missed a beat at any point when John was out before, and even when Miss Dana's been out. So there's just out of respect for the vice mayor made the request to get it in front of you all for conversation, not to knock anybody by any means.
Yeah.
And there is a benefit to a succession plan. I think we've seen that across all the departments of understanding the succession plan and having one in place if needed. So I do think there's value in that.
Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I'd like to hear about pages 21 and 22.
Okay, I know everybody's tired. It's been a long day. A lot of us started out this morning, at least a couple of commissioners in the room for the event at 7:00 this morning. So thank you all. Thank you, each one of you. Thank goodness we had that pizza. And that was donated, by the way, so no cost to the city. So we have a little bit of budget savings there. But the city manager portion is pretty simple. That you will see there is a position that we moved from City Beautiful, not because Marty's not doing an adequate job.
Page
but
number
yeah, page 21. Sorry about that.
21.
Yeah, and it says at the bottom, it just talks about, we moved the current facility position, maintenance position, which that's been a big benefit because they can fix anything. I call it the Swiss Army knife, or almost like a MacGyver. That's Robert. Marty's very familiar with him. He supervises him, will continue to supervise him regardless of which budget it's in. The reason we moved to the city manager is that there'd been a request to possibly add, because we had added a fire station and the city hall, the new police building, that might, I think Vice Mayor, I'll defer to you on that, but that was something you'd recommended, that he can understand the benefits of that probably better than I can, because he's a subject matter expert, I think you say. So
Sure.
if you want to speak to that, that's the only difference on the page.
Page 21,
It's at the
line,
bottom.
it's not even a line item. It's actually down there underneath line 147. And the reason why I wanted to bring this to the board's attention is a couple of things. One, the police department actually has a lot of high tech equipment in there. You got fan walls, you got VFDs, closed loop, like water loop systems in there, a lot of maintenance, and it is going to take a lot of learning curve. And currently right now, we are spending, Ms. Dana, I think you can let us know that, like that maintenance cost for all the different HVAC companies, all the service calls. It'd be great if you can throw that number out sometime this week or next week to the commission and let us know what we are spending in repairs for HVAC and also some plumbing again, because that HVAC technician should be able to do plumbing and some electrical and controls and so forth. So again, as I had mentioned during the police department conversation with the chief, even though he thinks it may not be beneficial this first year because we're under the 3-year warranty program and we are using the third-party company to cover the warranties, but there's still a cost behind some of that. So, but with that equipment, there is a requirement to do maintenance. So either we're going to pay that third-party company at a higher rate to do the HVAC and the plumbing and the maintenance that's automatically tied in, or else we're going to be able to do it in-house. So at that cost right there, that was what I was looking at. Wanted to bring it to the board and see if that was something that you guys would consider, just because of the fact of HVAC companies today typically cost about $250 an hour for commercial rates. And that can easily get up into $150,000, $200,000 on just general maintenance. That's not including after-hour calls, emergencies, and so forth. But if we were able to bring in a full-time maintenance person, HVAC person, they would be able to do the work, whether if it would be cross-training the folks over at the parks, cross-training the general maintenance folks that we currently have here, and then obviously being able to maintain the very expensive buildings that the citizens as well as the taxpayers actually just invested in. What is it, $30-something million building? So
Mayor, does that include generators?
that's generator PM as well. Yes, sir.
How much do we spend on maintenance for contract on HVAC?
That's what I just asked her to come up with.
Do we think we would defer 100% of that cost, or
It'd
a
be about,
fraction?
no. It'd be about a 70-30 because your major PMs for your generators, you still got to do your load bank test,
Okay.
which would be your 30 and, about that 30%. But the 70% would be all in-house.
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be 100%.
No,
but I
no,
just wondered
it's
what the
70-30.
split would be.
So are you
70-30.
talking about the 30% for, I mean, how do we know this individual will be certified in some of that? I assume that some of the maintenance on that, you have to be certified in certain areas for that
That's why you would-
warranty to be
Correct.
maintained. So how do we know how many of those require that type, and how do we know this individual would have? That'd be sort of hard to find someone who would have all of those credentials.
Yeah.
I mean, it really
Yeah,
would.
that's typically your journeyman level or and above.
Well, I don't know anything about that, so
I
just-
do.
yeah.
That's what I do
No,
for
I'm
the-
not questioning that you
Yeah.
don't. I'm just saying,
It-
I just,
Yep.
Historically, like 3 years, maybe 2 years.
Yeah, we can get that data for you.
Again, it was just a discussion item, again, for all of us to be able to look at long-term.
May make good math sense.
I have a question. So do we not have an in-house person that could really do that role?
Not at this current time.
We have a facility maintenance person as part of Marty's team, the City Beautiful. Again, I refer to them as sort of Swiss Army knife. They can fix just about anything, but they might not be credentialed in everything that the vice mayor is talking about.
Are you talking about facilities maintenance or the building maintenance technician?
Yeah, the building maintenance technician, if that position was hired, our current person that's at level 2 would answer to them. If that makes sense. If they don't, then the person we use now, we're utilizing in every facility all across the city, everything, even things outside of the buildings that we're out repairing. Along with, of course, Public Works does a lot of that as well, and other departments. We have a lot of talented people out there that can do things. But if you look at somebody specifically for facilities maintenance, with all the new fire halls in the police department, things of that nature, Clemens Road, other things, this person would have different credentialing.
All right, well, again, my personal opinion is it's just not a good time to bring in a $93,000 position. I'm going to request at first reading that be removed from the budget. It's
Without
just
even
extra
finding out
expense
what
we
we're
don't need
spending?
right now.
Without finding out what we're spending currently right
Well,
now
sure.
on HVAC?
Yeah, let's find all that out. But more than likely, I will be motioning to have it removed.
Okay.
As far as the next page, 22, You will see an increase of 100,000. If you recall, last year we put 100,000 in for the 2 old houses, but we kicked it to this year, hoping that we would have a way forward on the property. Still feel that way this year, so it's in there basically as just a placeholder. Hopefully, we'll get something worked out on the property back here and not have to utilize that money and pass that cost on to a potential contract. So that's just in there basically as a placeholder. And most of the other line items are all reductions, no other additional increases.
Very good. Any questions?
For the, for city manager?
Correct.
No, I don't have any more.
All right. Well, last item is closing remarks and
Well-
questions.
Are we not doing City Beautiful?
Yeah, I've got it here.
City buildings,
Yeah.
personnel?
I can do, you want to do city buildings, I'll do City Beautiful, Dana? Yeah. You'll see the land easements at the bottom with $1 million. That's basically the last payment for the ECD incentive. So that'll
Good
roll
riddance.
off after this year. It'd be the last year of that.
At Costco?
Yes, sir. And then the other I'm sorry.
No, I just didn't know if Marty had anything to add. That's all I didn't know.
No, absolutely.
Because he stuck around this whole time, so I didn't know if there was anything that they needed to add.
If he wants to, he's welcome to.
Where do you think?
I say he lasted all the way. I didn't know if you'd seen him back there.
City Beautiful.
I didn't forget about you, Marty.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Our City Beautiful, I did ask for,
What page?
for our City Beautiful, page
24.
24.
24. Thank you.
I did ask for our City Beautiful guys to, move up to our facility maintenance budget for an increase. These guys are, we actually do more than pick up trash. We're out here every day, heat, the rain, the snow, ice, we come out whenever we need it, flood. And these guys are out here every day, and we know if these guys not out here every day, we know what Mount Julius gonna look like at the end of the day. But these guys, these guys deserve, I feel that these guys deserve this kind of pay increase or adjustment for the budget. And I would just like you guys to please take this into consideration for these guys.
Would this kind of make them sorry, equal, sorry.
It's been a long night.
Equal, 10 o'clock, equal to the, like last year for the mowers and parks? Okay.
And we do mowing as well. I mean, we do quite a bit of everything. That's all I'm asking, that's what I'm asking for.
Do we work on Saturday? I mean, do you guys work on Saturdays too? I thought so, because I seen them out there. I didn't know if that was a special request, but they're out there on Saturday. So there's some residents over there at the Dunkin' Donuts that was giving some of your guys some kudos. So it was great to see that because they were thanking the individual that was out in the truck on Saturday.
Chick-fil-A hours.
Yeah, it was great. So
I'm
Who are-
telling you,
yeah.
I could, if there's one of those signs missing in the road or the crosswalk, I can call Marty and he's out there on Sunday to get it. He's out
Yeah.
there anytime. Call us.
Yeah.
And Marty's guys are
He's
cutting
always
grass, or
available.
painting, or planting. They get everything nobody else wants to do.
yeah.
That's the job they got.
And on Saturdays when everybody's at home. Yeah, so it was great to see the folks from Dunkin' Donuts. They were giving you guys, I thought they were taking them some donuts. I don't know. I didn't want to get involved there. I just thought it was great that.
Can I give another example?
Yeah.
We got them out instantaneous this week to clear out a section of fence in front of Texas Roadhouse, because that's where the new sidewalk's going through. And I'm trying to get a section of that fence removed because it really serves no purpose. Because I think it creates a better greenway. I think it creates a better look for that property and that corner, especially the road improvements going to be coming. And we had a couple of guys get out there this week, quite a lot of work, and got every bit of that cleaned out. Not only does it look 10 times better, as soon as I get this information back from TDOT, hopefully take that section of fence out and make it a lot nicer in the future.
Yeah.
And it may actually make way for us to get the sidewalk done sooner. And the reason being is we're still having a hard time with the guide wires on the poles that are over there. If we can slightly adjust where the sidewalk goes, not only can you get it in there quicker, but I think the end result is better. In instantaneous, something like that can pop up in a minute. I want to commend the commission because when this whole idea of the City Beautiful program came up years ago, it was like, what is this going to be again? And it's morphed into something really special that sets our city aside, to me, different than any other city. So thank you.
And the other thing that we are asking for, we do have a side-by-side that, it's on its last leg. So I did put something in the budget for a new gator. We do have one, we have two, one is going out and they both are used every day. So that is something that we will be.
Matter of fact, our mechanics that don't bring that hunk of crap back here to the garage.
Exactly.
Can we
Only
get
bla-
it wrapped by a
only-
local business, maybe, help offset the cost?
Actually, just the other one that we just got this past year, we actually got it donated by, Great Lake Construction. I was able to get the skaters that we have.
And the 3 golf carts we got, they were $9,000 a piece. They were all brand new, donated by. So we'll give some good news though. The city chambers will be donated, the remodeling for that. The one we're looking at moving to the OPD, and also the pavilion at Veterans Park and the pad will be donated as well.
Okay.
I think that now, includes everything. You want to talk about city buildings, Marty? Or Dana, you want to cover that?
Nope, Marty.
All right. Just trying to help. Get y'all out of here. We probably know, basically, the buildings have been sort of mothballed. We cut off a lot of the services of the building minus heat and air, of course, because the water and things of that nature saves $25 a month just on the water taps alone. And any water fees there, so we pretty much just mothball them and we're maintaining them. Most of them are shuttered. The only building we continue to use is the old fire department, and we use that just for stored equipment and things of that nature right now. So you should see most of those items went down.
And we did combine the building, under us, so that way, we've had issues in the past for more than, we have a bunch of people call the different vendors to try to get them to come out. And we find it's easier if one person is getting the information and one person is reaching out to the vendor to come out and get service. That way it's easier on
Yes.
finance and us.
Like it.
Thank you, sir. No questions. Man, we should put you first. You're the easiest one. We should have let you get out of here sooner. We should put fire and police last.
I'll remember that next year.
Yes.
One more is personnel.
What about page 80?
Wait, what?
There's no page 80, so I mean, that's time to go then.
Can we do HR? Is there anything in there?
No, there wasn't really anything in there. If y'all have any questions for.
Is that personnel?
Personnel administration.
I have I'm going to be, okay, so earlier, this is page 28, under personnel requests to move HR generalist pay scale to match the office manager. The amount under this year's column is 9209. Well, that amount was wrong. And then you were going to check out for the top out pay, which of course she wouldn't earn in 1 year. So
This is actually, that 9202 is to move her into that position.
Right.
Or into that pay scale. Sorry, not that position, but into that pay scale.
Okay, I thought that 9209 was the incorrect amount.
No, that should be correct.
Should be correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Which line item is this?
I think Kenny was looking at it earlier and thought that number was off.
No, nobody said anything to me about it. But based on where she is now and the office manager pay scale, moving her into that the total cost would be 9202.
Yeah, I think that what it was is the next step from when you go from the position she's in, normally it'd be another step in between the top out.
Yeah.
Is it literally jumps from
Yeah,
what it
I
is?
think she's going straight to top out.
It's like a
based on her-
$7 increase.
So because of that, can we change that to do mid-year, make it effective January 1st?
You can do that. Yeah.
Okay. Can we just do it, or do I need to motion for that at first reading?
If everybody's okay with it, I could just change it.
Is
To
it-
have it ready to go first reading.
Input?
Which employee is this and, I mean, like what
this is
position
Tina.
is
HR
it?
generalist.
HR generalist?
Yeah.
And what line is it?
It's not, it's under the personnel request on page 28 at the top.
Okay, I see it.
Moving it, change it to half a year
Mid-year.
instead of.
January, effective January 1st.
Okay.
And also, you guys have concerns or express them to Kenny. And then if multiple of you have concerns and enough of you have concerns, we can update the budget before it gets to first reading.
I was gonna ask, can you go
I would
ahead,
like
because there
that.
were some changes
Mhm.
already that aren't reflected
Yeah.
in what we have here. So can you?
You want an updated copy or? You
Yes.
want me to go ahead and make? Yeah, all of these, the changes that I gave you earlier, that list, they've already been made in the budget. So
But just not in the copies
just
we
not
have?
in the copy you have. Yeah.
So
I
but
didn't
the-
want to print out a whole new copy just to have those few handful of changes in there.
So you can't make changes after this gets publicly posted for the first reading, correct?
Yes, once I present it to you guys on first reading, then I can't touch it again. It's in your
It's the
hands.
board's.
But before that, I can get it to you changed if enough of you express concerns with Kenny.
I would like that very much. I'm having rotator cuff surgery on the Friday before the first reading.
Oh.
So I'm just not going to be in a good place for that meeting. So the sooner I can get that, the better. I can, I
Oh,
can.
you'll have it the week before, because we'll have to post it.
Yeah,
So for
okay.
first reading, you'll have the updated version the week before, at a minimum. But yeah, if you have any changes that you feel very strongly about, definitely talk to Kenny, and then we can make those changes before it ever gets to first reading.
Okay.
I would love to have this as presentable as possible. Because that just makes it easier on me between first and second reading, because I have to post it in the paper. And that means I have to make the changes and get it in the paper.
When are we gonna know about the state rate?
I don't know. That's out of my hands. And if that state rate does not come in at first reading, there will not be a property tax rate in the budget. That rate I have to have that rate before I can actually list it in the budget, because we can't pass a rate until that's available.
I had heard June. You think it's,
I mean, I hope so. And I'll definitely keep reaching out to the county. Like I said, I've got an estimate of it. She said they were just waiting on the state. So I'll just reach back out to her and see if they've heard anything.
First reading, the 8th.
Give it a second. Yes, the 8th of June.
Yeah, first reading.
8th of June and the 22nd of June will be second reading. And I don't know, the 29th may be third reading.
Just don't bring it up and don't even get a second this year, please, because that was a nightmare.
If we don't get a second on the budget, where does that leave us?
That left me in a lurch that year.
All right. Well, is there anything else, or we want to delay a little bit to hit the full 5-hour mark? All right. Well, if there's no objections, I recommend we adjourn before we have to do a budget amendment for overtime. All right. Hearing no objections, adjourn.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody wants to take